Good afternoon. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act, as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article 3-305, B1 and B7, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, and any other personnel matters that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
So move, Young.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn? Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lichter. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education for Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag to be led by Ms. Ongambe. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073 and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the December 2nd agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I'm unaware of any changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. Hearing none, the agenda stands as presented. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Opens Meeting Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. The next item on the agenda is the election of board officers. At this time, I will turn the meeting over to Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. As required by Section 3-2B09 of the Education Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland and Board Policy 8210, the first meeting in December is designated for election of the board chair and vice chair. According to the Board Policy 8210, the superintendent presides over the election for the office of chair. Nominations are now in order for the office of board chair. Are there any nominations?
Dr. Rogers, this is Ms. Henn.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Mr. Emery Young for the position of chair of the board.
Thank you. Ms. Henn?
I nominate Ms. Christina Pumphrey for chair of the board.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Mr. Young, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. Hearing no additional nominations, nominations are closed. The Education Transparency Act requires that any action of the Baltimore County Board be recorded by voice vote or roll call vote. Board members in favor, please say aye or yes. Those opposed, say no. Ms. Gover, please call the roll for those voting for Mr. Young for the office of board chair.
Mr. Young?
Point of order, Dr. Rogers. I'd like to speak to my nomination. As would Ms. Lichter speak to hers?
Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Henn.
As Ms. Lichter nominated Mr. Young, she could speak to her nomination first prior to voting, and I'd like to speak to Ms. Pumphrey prior to that vote.
Yes, you can go ahead and speak to Ms. Pumphrey, and then I will give Ms. Lichter the opportunity to speak to Mr. Young.
May I ask a question of Mr. Burns, as this is not procedure as I understand it? I believe we are to speak in order of nominations.
For the record, Darren Burns, Board Attorney, that your policies and the law aren't that granular. I think the presiding officer can select the person who may have asked first to speak and do it in that order. But again, the board if the board has a consensus opinion differently, the board would need to discuss that.
I defer to Ms. Lichter, should she choose to speak first to Mr. Young's nomination.
It's fine, Ms. Henn, go ahead.
Okay. Colleagues, it is my honor to place into nomination Ms. Christina Pumphrey for Chair of the Board. Over the past 3 years, I have watched Ms. Pumphrey demonstrate day after day the kind of leadership our board needs and our students deserve. She is a consensus builder in the truest sense of the term. Ms. Pumphrey has a gift for bringing people together, bridging perspectives, and helping this board move forward with shared purpose. Her energy is limitless and her preparation is unmatched. Whether she is leading a discussion, engaging with staff, or listening to members of the community, she brings focus, clarity, and an unwavering commitment to students. Her long history with BCPS as both a parent and volunteer leader gives her a deep understanding of our schools, our families, and the work ahead. As chair of the Policy Review Committee, Ms. Pumphrey has shown how effective leadership can drive meaningful, efficient change. She works collaboratively with staff and with every member of that committee, making space for all voices and thoughtfully incorporating every idea. She is conscientious in every decision she makes, weighing the insight and comments of her colleagues with exceptional care. Ms. Pumphrey leads meetings with professionalism and respect, and she has consistently demonstrated that she can represent all members of this board with fairness, balance, and inclusivity. She is the kind of leader who listens, the kind who builds trust, and the kind who helps an organization grow stronger. For these reasons and many more, it is my privilege to nominate Ms. Christina Pumphrey for board chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lichter.
Yes, it was my honor to nominate Mr. Young for role of board chair. His work on this board in his current tenure, as well as his previous tenure, have been stellar. His work with the PTA Council, his ongoing work with children in various roles, his dedication, as you will see him in various places and supporting the work of our school system, his thoughtfulness and his way that he analyzes situations and then provides meaningful input and feedback, and his willingness to do what is needed without hesitation. I have witnessed that over the past 3 years. I have relied on him as a thought partner over the past year in my role as chair, and I have seen how he handles his role on various committees, as well as when he chairs these positions. He has worked hard as a board member, and he has earned the position of board chair.
Thank you. Ms. Gover.
Point of order, Dr. Rogers. Would the nominees like to speak to their nominations?
Mr. Young, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Yes. I'd like to thank Ms. Lichter for nominating me for the board chair position. I've had the privilege to, work with multiple committees this year and in previous years, so I've gained a valuable insight into the operation of the system and including my previous experience. The other thing is I bring to the position an open mind. I am willing to listen and to have the discussion on the various topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pumphrey, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Yes. First, I'd just like to thank Ms. Henn for her nomination and support. Additionally, I will say that I also agree that Mr. Young would do a great job as chair. We've worked together at PTA Council and throughout this, our tenure on the board, and I do think he would also be an asset as chair. However, I do feel in a leadership role that I know how to run a meeting, I know the parliamentary procedure, and that I work really hard to listen to each board member when they speak at every meeting. I don't come in with my votes already known. I listen to what everybody has to say in discussion before I make my final decision on anything, because I think that everybody on this board brings a valuable voice that's most important for our students. I always try to stay student-focused, and I think by working together, that keeps us student-focused. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gover, please call the roll for those voting for Mr. Young for the office of board chair.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
No.
Ms. Henn,
No.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky,
No.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Abstain.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 6.
All right, Mr. Young has received 6 votes for the office of chair. Ms. Gover, please call the roll for those voting for Ms. Pumphrey for the office of board chair.
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Abstain.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Abstain.
Ms. Dulesky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
No.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
No.
Favor is 5.
Neither of the nominees has received a majority of the votes. Therefore, nominations are again in order for the office of chair. Do we have any nominations for the office of chair? Ms. Dulesky?
I will nominate Dr. Brenda Savoy.
Dr. Savoy, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination?
I appreciate it, but not at this time. Thank you so much.
For your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Savoy. Are there any additional nominations for the office of chair? We do have the option to call the roll call vote again. Would anyone like to make any statements before? Ms. Dulesky?
Thank you. I believe all 11 members of this board are dedicated to students and capable of serving in a leadership role in just a fine, fine manner. The one thing that stands out to me about Ms. Pumphrey is that she is so in caring for every student, every stakeholder, every board member. And every action that she takes reflects her commitment, and it's unwavering. And I believe that the public has really witnessed a board member who will stand for them, and especially in terms of students in need and raising the academics for students. She's so committed in her words and her actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments? Okay, we will try one more time. Mr. Young has been nominated for the position of board chair. Mr. Young, would you like to speak to your nomination again? Ms. Gover, please call the roll call for the position of Mr. Young as board chair.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
No.
Ms. Henn,
No.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky,
No.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
No.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 6.
Thank you. Mr. Young has received 6 votes for the office of chair. Ms. Gover, please call the roll for those voting for Ms. Pumphrey for the office of board chair.
Point of order, would Ms. Pumphrey like to make any remarks before we vote again?
Ms. Pumphrey.
Thank you. I don't have much else to say, just I think that my record as a board member has shown throughout my years on the board. I have one more year left in my tenure, approximately. Mr. Young has 3 more left, I believe, in his tenure. Again, I do think that he would make a great chair, but just wanted to make another comment at the end here to think that I would do a good job in the role. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gover.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
I'm sorry? Thank you.
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 5.
Neither one of the nominees has received a majority of the vote. Therefore, nominations are again in order for the office of chair. Are there any additional nominations for the office of chair? Mr. Burns, it appears that we are deadlocked. Mr. Burns, neither of the nominees has received a majority. Therefore, no chair has been elected as required by Section 32B09 of the Education Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland and Board Policy 8210. I would ask you to explain for the permanent record the effect of an unsuccessful board chair election on the leadership of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board. As the board has been advised in the past, the Maryland law that's applicable to elections of officers and school boards, and in particular Baltimore County's Board of Education, is governed by what they call the holdover doctrine. In essence, the holdover doctrine, which is well explained in State Board of Education Opinion 20-08. It's a combination of the law that applies to you as well as the COMAR provision for what a majority of the board means. And when you combine it with the opinion, what the holdover doctrine means is if the board deadlocks in such a manner at the first meeting in December when it is required by law to elect officers and cannot come to a decision with at least 7 members, and for the record, for the public to understand this, it's been specifically held that the number 7 is because it's based on the whole board regardless of vacancy. So while you only have 11 members now, you are a 12-member board, and therefore 7 is the number. And in such instance where you're deadlocked and cannot arrive at 7 in favor of a motion, and this is what this is, it's a motion to elect officers, the holdover doctrine requires that the current chair remain in the office.
Thank you. The election is closed for the office of board chair. The election for the office of vice chair will now proceed.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Nominations are now in order for the office of board vice chair. Are there any nominations? Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Ms. Tiffany LaShawn Frempong for the position of Board Vice Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Frempong, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Thank you. Are there further nominations for the office of board vice chair? Mr. McMillian?
I'm confused on why the board didn't have an opportunity to vote on whether we continue with that or not. The decision was made that it was done, and then we moved on to vice chair. You know, don't we have a say in on that?
Mr. Burns?
You are deadlocked, and the presiding officer, whether it is the chair or the superintendent, which your policy actually mandates the superintendent's the presiding officer for the election of chair, as part of parliamentary procedure, at some point, a chair's job is to move a meeting forward. I can't answer the question of where the board stood on it, but your presiding officer by board policy is the superintendent for the election of the chair. And I think the superintendent made a final request for any additional nominations. You had already had multiple rounds of voting, and I assume that the presiding officer assumed there'd be no change in those votes.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue voting on chair.
Is there a second to Mr. McMillion's motion?
Second, Stoleski.
Any discussion?
I'll speak to it.
Go ahead.
I think that we ought to have input on that. You know, we talked in closed, and not to let out anything, but that the possibility of going a third was mentioned. And who's to say, you know, we keep doing this, in my opinion, until we come up with somebody's going to give. Why not? Continue it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Let me just check the teams. No, okay. May I have a roll call vote on Mr. McMillion's, Mr. Young?
I have a question for Mr. Burns. We had moved on to the vice chair, so is this motion out of order?
I don't think it's out of order because within a meeting, you can reconsider an action of the board taken. Whether or not the board approves the action to go back is up to the board. That's the best answer I can give you on that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yes, this is Ms. Henn, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Henn.
On the prior item, I had a nomination for vice chair. I want to make sure before we move on that we return for my nomination.
Okay. Can you hold that until we come back to the vice?
I'm happy to hold it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Mr. McMillion's motion to continue the process for electing a chair? Okay, Ms. Gover, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Agumbe?
No.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 7.
It returns to Dr. Rogers.
No, chair. Dr. Savoy rescinded her yes vote to a no. This was to continue the process for board chair. So you want to continue the process? Okay. She said yes. So back to you, Dr. Rogers.
Again, are there further nominations for the office of board chair? Ms. Stoleski.
Thank you. I will nominate Mr. Rod McMillion.
Mr. McMillion, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination?
We've been through this, and I'm not going to get the vote, so I'll thank you very much, but I'm going to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillian. Are there further nominations for the office of board chair? Mr. Young has been nominated, as well as Ms. Pumphrey. Mr. Young or Ms. Pumphrey, do you have any additional comments that you would like to make? Ms. Pumphrey?
Just one thing that I thought of that I forgot, that I did sit in the vice chair position, so I feel like I have some experience leading up to the chair position, and I learned a lot through that experience as vice chair as far as the agenda setting and running the meeting and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gover, please call the roll for Mr. Young in the position of board chair.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Stelusky,
No.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
No.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 6.
Mr. Young has 6 votes. Ms. Gover, please call the roll for Ms. Pumphrey in the position of board chair.
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Ogumbe,
No.
Ms. Stelusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
No.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
No.
Favor is 5.
The votes have not changed. Are there further nominations for the office of board chair? Neither one of the nominees has received a majority of the votes. Mr. Burns, we have an option to go around a 4th time. You can explain the process again based on section 3-2B-09 of the education article of the annotated code of Maryland and board policy 8210, or we can entertain a motion to recess the meeting for 15 minutes. Do you have any advice?
And I would remind the board too that this is an action item that's part of an agenda of a business meeting. And just like any other action item, you would not stop doing business for an entire evening and never get to other agenda items. It is up to the board at some point in time to make a determination that it cannot pass a motion or take an action and move on with your agenda. There is nothing wrong with taking a recess for whatever reason, but if you take a recess, you can't meet as a quorum and you can't discuss public business because you've already started the meeting. So I'm not sure what the efficacy of that would be, but you are at the place where unless there are additional nominations, I'm not sure how your deadlock gets broken from what I've done so far.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Are there any additional nominations? Is there any additional discussion? Mr. McMillian?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Frimpong as chair.
Ms. Frempong, Mr. McMillian has nominated you as chair. Do you accept the nomination?
I decline. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for the office of board chair? Neither of the nominees has received a majority. Would the board like to place a motion for recess, or would the board like to move forward?
Move forward.
Ms. Harvey,
I make a motion that we move forward with the election of the vice chair.
is there a second?
Second, Pumphrey.
Ms. Gover, call the roll, please.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Stelusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 10.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, you have explained to the community that since no chair has been elected as required by Section 3-2B09 of the Education Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland and Board Policy 8210, what that means. Therefore, the election is closed for the office of board chair. The election for the office of vice chair will now proceed.
This is Chair Board holdover speaking, so let's get back to Vice Chair. The Chair recognized Ms. Harvey's nomination of Ms. Frempong for Vice Chair, and Ms. Frempong, did she accept yet? Okay, and Ms. Frempong has accepted it. Ms. Henn? Do you have a
Yes, I'd like
nomination?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Ms. Felicia Stileski for Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Teleski. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other nominations for the position of Vice Chair? Ms. Henn, is your hand still up, or was that, oh, never mind. Okay,
It is still up. I'd like to speak to my nomination when acknowledged. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
thank you. Okay, Ms. Harvey, would you like to speak to the nomination of Ms. Frempong for Vice Chair? Okay, Ms. Henn, would you like to speak to the nomination of Ms. Stileski?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Colleagues, it is my honor to place into nomination Ms. Felicia Stileski for Vice Chair of the Board. Ms. Stileski brings to this role the heart of an educator and the dedication of a true public servant. As a former teacher, she has a deep and personal understanding of what our decisions mean for students and for the professionals who serve them every day. And in every conversation, in every vote, and in every moment of deliberation, Ms. Stileski places the needs of students first. She is consistently prepared, exceptionally detailed in her work, and one of the hardest working members of this board. Having served 2 separate stints as a board member, Ms. Stileski's experience is both broad and invaluable. She approaches her responsibilities with seriousness, integrity, and a level of commitment that elevates the work of everyone around her. Ms. Stileski is, quite simply, the embodiment of public service. Her calm, steady leadership and her dedication to doing what is right rather than what is easy make her an ideal partner in board leadership. She listens with care, she engages with respect, and she brings a thoughtful, grounded perspective to even the most complex issues. For these reasons and many more, it is my privilege to nominate Ms. Felicia Stileski for Vice Chair of the Board. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Frempong is not new to service for Baltimore County Public Schools. Although she was appointed to this board 3 years ago, she has a history of serving our students in the PTAs, in volunteering in schools, and in participating in boundary studies on our area education advisory councils. Ms. Frempong has demonstrated a commitment to improving academic achievement for our students. She has been singularly focused on ensuring that all students get the resources and the supports that they need. Ms. Frempong has the demeanor and temperament to bring people together, and she would be an excellent support to the chair. And it's for those reasons that I nominate her for vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Ms. Stileski, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Henn for her nomination and for your kind words. I also want to share that I believe Ms. Frempong would also be a tremendous leader, and I value her work on the board, and I think very highly of her as a person. What I can promise is just what I've promised as a board member. I will always make decisions, even the hard decisions that are not easy to make, with students first. And every decision I make, it's really and truly what is best for students. And, I just want to thank you all for serving together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stileski. Ms. Frempong, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Thank you and good evening. So I do first want to say to Mr. McMillan from his earlier motion to say thank you directly to him. I appreciate him for his vote of confidence as a chair and nominating me for that position. Thank you to Ms. Harvey for nominating me in this position of vice chair. I'm a product of public schools myself, and I believe in public schools. And I do think that is what helped me to be able to excel when I went on to college and have the opportunities that I've had to build a wonderful life for not just myself, but my husband and I together and for our children. And so that is, for me, what I purpose to do here on the board. And I look forward to the opportunity to being able to support our chair. So continuing in that role as far as advocating for student outcomes and student success, but also being supportive of our chair in that role as far as leadership. And just thank you again for the nomination.
Thank you, Ms. Frimpong. Any further comments? Ms. Pumphrey.
I would like to comment on both board members, or both nominees, if that's okay. I think Ms. Frempong has a way of listening to everyone as well. She's open-minded. She's always prepared for every meeting. From the time we talk about staffing until the very end of the meeting, she's always well-prepared, asks thoughtful questions, and so I think those qualities would serve her well as vice chair. As far as Ms. Telusky, I do feel like she's always student-focused in all of her decisions. She also listens to everyone, but her focus on students is what sticks out mostly in my mind. And I think as a former teacher, that's what lends itself to that quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Frempong was nominated first, so Ms. Gover, may we have a roll call vote on the nomination of Ms. Frempong for vice chair?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Telusky?
Abstain.
Dr. Savoy?
Abstain.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Abstain.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 5.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote for the nomination of Ms. Dulesky for vice chair?
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Abstain.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Agumbe?
Abstain.
Ms. Telusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 6.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations? Neither candidate got 7. So are there any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Mr. McMillian.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Pumphrey for vice chair.
Okay. Ms. Pumphrey, do you accept the position? The
Yes.
nomination?
Yes, I accept the nomination.
Thank you. Any further? I would like to nominate Mr. Young for the position of vice chair. Mr. Young, do you accept?
No.
Thank you. Any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Mr. McMillian, did you nominate? Who nominated Ms. Pumphrey? Mr. McMillian, would you like to speak to your nomination?
No, thank you. She can speak for herself.
Okie dokie. Ms. Pumphrey, would you like to speak to your nomination?
I don't want to say I don't want to speak to my nomination, but I will just reiterate everything I said when I was nominated for the chair position. I don't think there's anything else to add, because I also added already that I was already sat in the vice chair position, so I have experience there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Gover, may I have a roll call vote for the nomination of Ms. Pumphrey for the position of vice chair?
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Abstain.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Agumbe?
Abstain.
Ms. Telusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Abstain.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 6.
Are there any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Ms. Henn, is your hand up now?
It is. Thank you. I'd like to nominate Dr. Brenda Savoy for vice chair.
Dr. Savoy, do you accept the nomination?
Okay.
Ms. Henn, would
Thank
you like
you.
to speak to your nomination? Ms. Henn, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I'd like to give Dr. Savoy the chance to speak for herself, and thank you for accepting the nomination, Dr. Savoy.
Dr. Savoy, would you like to speak to the nomination?
Yes, I'll speak. Well, I'm better than qualified. I have 37 years of experience as a teacher and administrator in public schools. I also worked at juvenile justice, the Juvenile Justice Center, so I worked with all kinds of children, and I have a heart for children. I don't mind going into the schools and working with the principals and teachers. This board has really enlightened me to a lot of things that are going on in Baltimore County. I think it's a great board, all the members here. And what else can I say? I have all the credentials and everything, but that doesn't mean anything. You have to have a heart for this job. You have to really want to do it and really put yourself all out for it. So anyway, that's me. Leadership and experience.
Thank you, Dr. Savoy. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Gover, may we have a roll call vote on the nomination of Dr. Savoy for Vice Chair of the Board?
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Agumbe?
Abstain.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 6.
Yes, Mr. McMillion.
I'd like us to vote again. I'll make a motion that we vote again on vice chair.
On which
Specifically
nomination?
Ms. Pumphrey, but we can vote for everybody if we want.
Okay, so you'd like to do the whole, everybody who's been nominated one more time? Is that what you're
It's
asking?
fine with me.
Is that what you're asking? That's what I was,
I want to vote again.
okay. Ms. Stoleski, do you have a comment?
I was going to have another nomination, but we can certainly vote again. I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need, was that needed as a motion? Do I need to do roll call on another round, Mr. Burns?
No.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Okay, no. Okay, so, whoa. Okay, so we're re-voting on all of the people who have been nominated. So we'll start, and the 4 that have been nominated were Ms. Frempong, Ms. Stoleski, Ms. Pumphrey, and Dr. Savoy. Do I have that correct?
Can I say something?
Yep.
Can we speak to this?
Yes. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. McMillion.
I think that Ms. Pumphrey and Ms. Lichter would work well together. Considering that Ms. Lichter has been in that role for this will be her 3rd year, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Ms. Pumphrey sat in that role for 1 year. So they have experience in it. I think that would be a good match myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillion. Other discussion? Dr. Savoy? Okay, we're getting lost. Are you making another nomination? Okay, but Mr. Young was nominated and declined. Are you still declining, Mr. Young?
Okay.
Ms.
We'll forget it.
Okay, okay. Okay. We're voting on what Mr. McMillian requested first. And then if we don't have 7 for any of those 4, we'll come back to you, Dr. Savoy. But both people were nominated, or I believe. Okay, any further discussion on the 4 candidates that have already been nominated? Okay, we'll start with Ms. Frempong. Ms. Frempong, first, are you still interested in the position?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gover, roll call vote for Ms. Frempong as vice chair.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Abstain.
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillion?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Abstain.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 5.
Thank you. Ms. Stoleski, are you still interested in the position of vice chair?
Yes, thank you.
May we have a roll call vote, please, for Ms. Stoleski as vice chair?
Mr. Young? Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Ogumbe,
No.
Ms. Delusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter,
No.
Ms. Harvey?
Ms. Harvey,
No.
sorry,
What was the total? Yeses.
6 is in favor.
Ms. Pumphrey, are you still interested in the position of vice chair?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote for Ms. Pumphrey as vice chair?
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Ogumbe,
No.
Ms. Delusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
No.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 6.
Dr. Savoy, are you still interested in the position of vice chair of the board?
Yes.
May I have a roll call vote for Dr. Savoy as vice chair of the board?
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Ogumbe,
No.
Ms. Delusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
No.
Favor is 6.
Are there any other nominations for the position of vice chair, Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to once again nominate Mr. Young for the position of Board Vice Chair.
Mr. Young, would you reconsider your no and run for vice chair?
Yes.
Would you like to speak to your nomination for Mr. Young, though we did speak to him?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the same reasons that Mr. Young was nominated for president apply here. Mr. Young has the temperament. He is leading in committees. He is a consensus builder. He is thoughtful in the consideration of board objectives, and I believe he will work hard to support academic achievement in support of the board chair.
Thank you. Mr. Young, would you like to speak to the nomination? Okay. Any other discussion on Mr. Young's nomination? May I have a roll call vote on Mr. Young as vice chair of the board?
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
No.
Ms. Henn,
No.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Delusky,
No.
Dr. Savoy,
Abstain.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
No.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 5.
Any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Ms. Delusky.
I'll nominate Mr. McMillian.
Mr. McMillian, do you accept the nomination for vice chair?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Or I'll speak briefly. Mr. McMillian is just as dedicated as anybody can be to this school system. His passion runs through. His honesty is such a strength because he says what needs to be said in order to support students and their academic and personal success. He's held very high by the community, and it is my honor to nominate him for this position.
Thank you. Mr. McMillian, would you like to speak to the nomination?
Yes. Miss Lichter might not believe this, but I think that I could work with her. I think that I would be open-minded. I would be willing to assist her in any way possible. I would look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillian. Any further discussion on the nomination of Ms. Pumphrey?
I will just say, I think everybody who watches the meetings regularly know is with Mr. McMillian, what you see is what you get. He's genuine, he's outspoken, there's no behind-the-scenes talk, no backdoor action. That's it. So when you see him, it's genuine, and I do agree although it may seem like it wouldn't work, I think Ms. Lichter and Mr. McMillian will work well together. And sometimes when you have those opposites together, if it makes a better leadership team. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to ask any follow-up questions. May we have a roll call vote on the nomination of Mr. McMillian as vice chair?
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Abstain.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Agumbe,
No.
Ms. Delusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
No.
Favor is 6.
Okay, so Mr. Burns, similar to the chair procedures, this follows the same suit, correct?
Yes, it does. The holdover doctrine would apply. And if the board's reached the end of its debate and voting process for vice chair, then you would have the holdover doctrine, which would mean Ms. Harvey would remain as vice chair.
Okay. Mr. McMillian,
I motion that we vote again on vice chair.
everyone that's been nominated,
No. Just we'll open it up to nomination.
start over again is what you're saying. Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Stileski.
Okay. May I have a roll call vote on continuing or starting the process over again?
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe,
No.
Ms. Delusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes. Okay. Wipe out the past 15 minutes. Here we go again. Are there any nominations for the position of vice chair of the board? Mr. McMillian.
I nominate the student. I'm not sure, I don't want to mess up her name, but I'm
Which
going
her term ends in
to, okay.
graduation,
Does
correct?
that stop her from being elected?
Mr. Burns.
While we haven't researched it specifically as it relates to Baltimore County, the law in many counties, and likely applies here, is that the student can't serve as an officer because of the truncated term. The term is, by definition, 1 year. So my advice to the board would be to avoid a result that could potentially be challenged as illegal.
Thank you.
So it could be challenged. So I nominate her.
Okay. Ms. Ngumbe, do you accept the nomination?
Do not accept the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you. Other nominations for the position of vice chair? Okay. Mr. McMillian.
I nominate Ms. Henn.
Ms. Henn, do you accept the nomination for vice chair?
I do, because I believe Ms. Lichter and I work well together, and I believe that we could arrive at consensus in uniting the board. So thank you, Mr. McMillian.
Mr. McMillian, I didn't ask if you would like to speak to the nomination. Would you like to?
Well, I'd like to point out for the people that are unaware of that, Ms. Henn was a former chair and vice chair. So she has several different years of experience in the leadership role. I think that would make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Henn, did you want to speak to it, or did you already?
Sure, I would like to speak to it. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciated Mr. McMillian's comment on his nomination that said he would work well. I agree. I worked with Mr. McMillian as my vice chair. We worked well together, and I believe that Ms. Lichter and I would work well together. I've worked with officer combinations of chair and vice chair where I was of a different opinion and mindset than my counterpart in board leadership. And it was quite effective in that we represented different factions on the board. And with a divided board, it's important that all viewpoints are represented within board leadership, because as board officers, a big part of the role is speaking on behalf of the board. And when board leadership speaks for half the board, that creates problems. It creates tension on the board. and it does not bode well for board harmony. So I appreciate the nomination. I am accepting of the nomination not for personal gain, but for what I believe I offer the board overall and the harmony that I believe could result. So thank you, Mr. McMillian, and thank you, board colleagues, for your consideration.
Thank you. Any further nominations for the position of vice chair, since we have started over again? Ms. Frempong?
I nominate board member Mr. Young.
Thank you. Mr. Young, do you accept the nomination for vice chair?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Frempong, did you want to speak to the nomination?
Mr. Young has already had a variety of wonderful things spoken about him this evening, which I agree with. I think one thing to think about now then as we consider, this is for our vice chair, and we talk about experience and things, is that if we can only choose people who have had experience, the next year in December, when we will have, I guess, all new people, there's the potential that we won't have any type of overlap or someone who could have learned from leadership, because we won't have the same people like in vice chair to proceed to chair, etc. So just want to also put that out there, as well as if we only rely on someone already having been in the chair, then when does someone else get an opportunity to have that opportunity for leadership? So Mr. Young would have the opportunity to learn under
Ms. Lichter.
Thank you.
No
He had
worries.
the opportunity to learn under Ms. Lichter, and she came in as a brand new chair off of elections. And so, there would be a lot that she would also be able to impart to him in that role as vice chair. So I don't think we have to just depend on someone having experience when we look at this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frempong. Mr. Young, I know you've spoken already. Would you like to speak to this nomination? Nope. Okay. Ms. Pumphrey, did you?
I just wanted to mention, as far as vice chair rolling into chair, it would be counterintuitive for us as a board to say that because none of our vice chairs have rolled over to the chair position. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Mr. McMillian?
I'd like to point out to the viewing public and also the people on the board that Ms. Henn has been elected twice. She's finishing up a 7th year tonight, I guess, as an elected Board of Education member. And then she was appointed before that. So she has more experience than anybody on this board. She also sat through the ransomware attack and the COVID when we were shut down. So I think that that's some valuable experience that would help her retain or regain the leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Henn, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say I speak far more eloquently when talking about my colleagues than I do about myself, and that's because one of the most fulfilling experiences for me has been mentoring new board members as they've come on. I spoke to that briefly with Ms. Teleski earlier, and Ms. Pumphrey, and that's what I've enjoyed most about being in a leadership role, is really helping my colleagues and seeing the growth that they've experienced in moving into leadership roles. And it's something that I plan to continue in my last year on the board, whether or not I'm in a leadership role. And prior to this, it's something that I thought about but hadn't seriously considered, because I do believe in growing, helping other board members to grow, whether I'm in a leadership position or not. I think each of us has that role to play with our board colleagues, with volunteers, with anyone involved in education. It's the educator in me in helping others to grow. So I thank Mr. McMillian for the nomination. Whether it's successful or not, I will continue to help each of my colleagues grow by answering questions in both an informal and formal capacity. That's the heart of a servant leader, and it's what I take the most pride in. So again, thank you to everyone who's accepted their nominations tonight. I appreciate you stepping up to serve. It's as Ms. Lichter and Ms. Harvey will attest, it's not easy. There's a lot of administrative work that comes with being a board officer, and being willing to step up and do it again, particularly for those who have been there, is a lot. And I certainly can empathize with wanting to step down and not looking back. So again, thank you for the nomination, Mr. McMillian, and I will continue to serve regardless of the title or the role, because it's not an easy task for sure. And I appreciate those that have done it, who've gone before me and who will continue after me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gover, may we have a roll call vote on the nomination of Ms. Henn for vice chair?
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Agumbe,
No.
Ms. Dulesky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy, Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
No.
Favor is 6.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote on the nomination of Mr. Young as vice chair of the board?
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
No.
Ms. Henn,
No.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky,
No.
Dr. Savoy,
Recuse.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
No.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes. Favor
Favor
is
5.
5. At this point, Mr. McMillian.
Nominate Ms. Dominowski for vice chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rob, but no, thank you.
I believe that almost everybody's been nominated at this point, and no one has received 7 votes. So at this point, Ms. Harvey would remain as holdover vice chair.
I'd like to make a motion to vote again one more time for Ms. Henn and Mr. Young, please.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Dominowski's motion?
Second, Dulesky.
Okay. May we have a roll call vote on Ms. Dominowski's motion?
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Recuse.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
No.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes. Favor is
9.
9. Okay. Okay, may I have a roll call vote on the nomination of Ms. Henn as vice chair?
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
No.
Ms. Harvey,
No.
Ms. Agumbe,
No.
Ms. Dulesky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Abstain.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes. I meant no, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't matter.
Favor is 5.
Okay, may I have a roll call vote on the nomination of Mr. Young as vice chair?
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
No.
Ms. Henn,
No.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky,
No.
Dr. Savoy,
No.
Mr. McMillian,
No.
Ms. Pumphrey,
No.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Favor is 5.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters. Thank you, Mr. Burns, for your help. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Mr. McCall.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board.
Are you tired, Mr. McCall?
I've had time to
That was a
prepare and
lot.
practice
Yes.
my script
Okay,
here.
keep going.
Like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. Tonight, we have retirements, resignations, leaves, and educator licensure appointments.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits E1 through E4?
So move, Stoleski.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is, thank you, Mr. McCall. The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that, I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, and members of the board. I'm bringing forward the following administrative appointment for your approval. Supervisor, Elementary Literacy Intervention, Office of English Language Arts.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointment as presented in Exhibit F1?
So move Young.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Allison Brooke, please stand. Allison Brooke is attending this evening with her husband, John, and is being appointed as the Supervisor, Elementary Literacy Intervention in the Office of English Language Arts. With 20 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Allison's experience include classroom teacher at McCormick and Edmondson Heights Elementary Schools, reading specialist at McCormick Elementary School, and resource teacher, supervisor, and literacy specialist in the Office of English Language Arts. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Brooks. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not submitted to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcs.org. The Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols, which are posted in the boardroom and available in board docs and on this board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy programs and practices within the purview of the board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior, such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting, are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of your time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. Our first category are school system affiliated groups, and we have Mr. Gonzalez Cortez. Okay. Our next category are unions, and we have Ms. Kelly Olds representing TABCO. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Along with the holiday season, we are also getting into budget season. I am heartened to hear that Dr. Rogers is planning to present a budget that prioritizes funding the third year of our negotiated agreements. I served as the negotiations chair through the design and agreement of the new salary scales and the 3-year path to reducing the scale to 25 steps. This effort was several years in the making and was a huge achievement for our county. The recognition of the need to prioritize lifetime earnings in a way that benefits both those entering the system and those who have dedicated years of service to BCPS was necessary and appreciated. Fulfilling the third year of this agreement will help to restore some of the faith lost during last year's budgetary struggles. We want to ensure that we are able to keep our current educators and be an appealing, sought-after place for those just getting into education. I am looking forward to learning more about the details of the upcoming proposal and collaboratively advocating to the county executive and county council to ensure that we are able to retain quality educators and provide the resources that our children need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group are nonprofit community groups, and our first speaker is Erica Williams. Nonprofit community groups from Owings Mills High School PTSA. Good evening.
Good evening. I had a completely different speech written to share tonight. I was going to highlight the amazing football team that our school has. I was going to speak on their stellar record and how they were Division II champions back-to-back. I was going to plead for the school board to take in consideration how much we desperately need a turf field, not just for safety reasons, but we lost an important partnership with Roquan Smith and the Baltimore Ravens because of our deplorable field. Good evening. My name is Erica Williams. I come to you today on behalf of the Owings Mills High School PTSA. I have served as a board member for the past 3 years advocating on behalf of what I call the forgotten school of the Owings Mills community. Tirelessly attending meetings, sending out emails, and making sure Owings Mills High School remains on the hearts and minds of change makers. I'm tired of saying the same thing over and over. I'm tired of sending emails with pictures begging for basic repairs. I'm tired of being shown maintenance requests that have been completed while more urgent requests continue to go ignored. I'm tired of Band-Aids being slapped on our school just to keep us quiet. I get it, money is tight. I get other schools have greater needs. I also can't help but to notice the renovations of other Northwest area high schools. We want the same positive spotlight that our neighboring schools receive because we are just as worthy and just as talented. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Antoinette Barber, also from the Owings Mills High School PTSA. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lecter and Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and members of the school board. For those of you I have not had the pleasure to meet, my name is Antoinette Barber, the president of Owings Mills High School PTSA. But most importantly, I am a parent of an 11th grader, Jalen Wingfield, and a daughter, Anita Barber, who is also an alumni of Owings Mills High School 2009. I am here tonight to advocate not just for my child or children, but for every student in Owings Mills High School. For the past 3 years, I have been on the PTSA, same as Erica, requesting critical areas of our school to be repaired, fixed, or fully renovated. And while we continue to talk about attendance and question why students are not eager to come to school, we must also ask ourselves, would any of us want to walk into a building that feels neglected? This is 2025, yet Owings Mills High School still looks like 2009. Our students deserve better, our teachers deserve better, our community deserves better. Right now, our school resembles a warehouse, a place where old furniture is stored while other schools receive new and updated resources. It is heartbreaking to watch our students feel embarrassed when they visit other when other teams are visiting our school building, and it no longer reflects pride, investment, or care. Our students should walk in every morning feeling excited, inspired, and valued, not overlooked. And tonight, I want to be clear. Owings Mills High School will no longer stand quiet in the background. We will not continue to be ignored by BCPS. One child, one voice. That's what we always say for the PTSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category is individual citizens or students, and the first speaker is Jalen Wingfield. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, Lecturer, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and members of the BCPS School Board. My name is Jalen Wingfield, an 11th grader here at Owings Mills High School. I want to talk about what it truly means to create a welcoming, safe, and a supportive school environment, because our students deserve more than just a building to learn in. They deserve a place that reflects care, pride, and investment. To build an environment where students can thrive, schools must prioritize improvements to both their physical spaces and the resources available to students. A clean, well-maintained building sends a message: you matter. Your education matters and your future matters. Right now, too many parts of our school feels outdated, worn down, or neglected. And when a building feels neglected, students feel neglected. Owings Mills High needs several critical updates to modernize the building and to ensure safety. Priority areas include repair to damaged flooring and ceiling tiles, expansion of the cafeteria and lunch spaces, a redesigned courtyard that supports outdoor learning and healthy social interaction, exterior improvements including sidewalks, pavement patches, and parking lot safety. Our science lab greenhouse needs to be rebuilt and modernized. A proper greenhouse would give the students the chance to see living systems in action and even support sustainable farming projects. That fresh produce can directly benefit the nests while teaching students agricultural, biology, and environmental responsibility. Some spaces require major renovation due to age and condition. This includes bathroom needing deep cleaning and remodeling, lunch areas requiring expansion to accommodate students safely, outdoor areas needing paving, cleaning, and removal of unsafe or damaged sections. These updates are not luxuries, they are necessities. The nest is a lifeline for many families. It must be expanded and better equipped to support students and parents who rely on OMHS for basic needs. A larger, more functional space would allow us to offer clothing, hygiene items, food, and other essentials with dignity and consistency. Students deserve a healthy, inspiring place to learn. Teachers deserve safe, organized spaces to collaborate and support students. When our buildings are maintained and cared for, our entire community thrives. In closing, if we want our students to show up, stay engaged, and believe in our future, then we must show them through action that their learning environment matters. Thank you, and I hope everyone here has a blessed night.
Thank you for speaking. Our next speaker is Mary Crow. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Crow, and I'm a special education math teacher at Nottingham Middle School. I'm here tonight to request your help in giving our students the resources that they deserve. Nottingham opened last year with a new name and new building, but inherited the entire student population of Golden Ring Middle School, along with additional students redistricted from other BCPS buildings. Golden Ring was a Title I school, a community school, and on the low-performing LPS list, and was therefore able to staff extra teachers, provide essential wraparound services, and recruit and retain nationally board-certified teachers. Nottingham inherited the students, but none of the supports. We are not Title I. We are not a community school. We are not on the LPS list. Yet, in the 24-25 school year, 97% of our students would have attended schools with one or more of these supports had Nottingham not opened. Many of these students lost access to food pantries, transportation help, and family support overnight. The highly qualified teachers who followed the same students took a $7,000 pay cut and continue to earn less than those at neighboring schools, furthering issues with teacher retention that schools like ours already face. Our data reflects this loss. Nottingham received a 2-star rating this year, ranking in the 9th percentile of all middle schools, below 12 schools already on the LPS list. I share these numbers not to diminish the extraordinary dedication of our staff and administration, or the progress that our students have made, but to clearly demonstrate the significant impact of losing all 3 supports at once. Our building may be new, but the needs walking through our doors are the same, and in some cases have grown. You all have access to compare our percent of economically disadvantaged students to our surrounding schools, where you see our numbers align with schools who currently receive all 3 supports. While Title I status is federal, community schools designation and LPS requests for Nottingham's unique situation are fully within BCPS's control. Tonight, I respectfully ask the board, Dr. Rogers, and BCPS leadership to 1, designate Nottingham Middle School as a community school, and 2, send a formal request to MSDE to add Nottingham to the 25-26 LPS list. These actions are within your power and would make an immediate difference for our students and families. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lily Blumenauer, I think, and that person is virtual, Ms. Gover.
Good evening. My name is Lily Blumenauer, and I'm a member of the class of 2029 at Owings Mills High School. Although I am a freshman, I've been a member of the Owings Mills High community for my whole life. Both of my parents have worked at OM for 19 years. My dad coached soccer for a number of years at OM, and his team only played in the stadium once, for a regional championship game in 2011, before we even had stadium seating. A little history about my school: in the 1990s, we were the first school in the county to get community-funded stadium lights. Years later, and long overdue, in 2013, Owings Mills finally got a stadium that was funded by the state, with an obligation of service hours to pay it back. Fans were finally able to sit in stands to watch athletic events, rather than on the grass hill. More than 10 years after we got our stadium, we are still waiting for a turf field at Owings Mills. We have watched as other BCPS high schools have gotten turf fields, and we've even had other BCPS schools have turf fields that were replaced. Today I am here to ask the board, when will be our time? This year I played soccer as a member of the Owings Mills women's soccer team. We did not play one game in the stadium because the grass is uneven, muddy, and cannot support the field wear from the many teams we have. Rather, I played in the whole, grass fields down the hill. Behind the school, fans walk by an empty stadium, chairs in hand, to come watch our games. It is embarrassing when our field just looks like patches of grass, an afterthought, because our grass field in the stadium cannot safely take the wear and tear from multiple sports teams. When the weather is bad like today, other schools can still practice and play on the turf, while we are stuck either indoors or canceling so we don't ruin the grass field. We cannot collect a gate because we are not in a stadium. Money from athletic events helps support our whole athletic program. Our athletic director gets allocated the same amount of funding from BCPS as other high schools, but must pay $3,000 to $4,000 above the dollar amount for grass field maintenance, including the paint to draw and redraw field lines. That money could go to other athletic needs like new uniforms, but it must be used to maintain our field. In addition to our athletic events, the fields at Owings Mills are used by Baltimore County Parks and Rec. Having an additional turf field in the area would be an asset to the community, because soccer programs are always looking for an 11v11 fields to use. Or run down grass fields where BCPS want to put forth as our best. Finally, turf field replacements around the county have already begun. If we do not move forward with the new field surface for Owings Mills soon, we will again fall behind other schools as they get replacement turf fields for their outdated turf surface. Owings Mills High has always felt like the neglected school of the county, overlooked and underappreciated for everything it brings to BCPS. I hope the board hears our stories and does what is right. Pledges funding for a turf field at Owings Mills High School, jumpstart improvements to our school facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amina Walru, and also virtual.
Good evening, board members. My name is Amina Wareru, and I am a student at Owings Mills High School. Today, I'm here to advocate for a significant and necessary need at Owings Mills High School, turf. For the past 4 years, I've been a player on the girls' soccer team at Owings Mills High School, and our field conditions are not that great. Our field is patchy, uneven, and a safety hazard when it rains. I myself experienced an ankle strain my sophomore year of high school when I stepped on a hole on the field and sprained my ankle. Therefore, my team had to scramble to find a replacement for me, which could have been avoided had we had turf. I wasn't able to play for a while due to this injury, which impacted my confidence as a player on both the school team and my club team. In addition to our field conditions, it is also very difficult to get an audience. Our main spectators are usually parents and friends. This in turn affects our performance because it is very hard to play to our full potential when we go to other schools and see them have a big turnout. Also, it's inconvenient for opponents' parents when they have to come all the way down because they have to walk across football practice before getting to our field. Furthermore, it's a safety issue because somebody who uses a wheelchair will find it hard to be able to come down into the field since it's a very difficult process of getting down. Our athletics field being unreliable is also another reason why turf is necessary. This is because weather conditions are a key factor in whether we play or not. This year was my senior year and I wasn't able to have a traditional senior night because we had to reschedule our game because it had rained and the field couldn't be played on. Installing an artificial turf field would guarantee a consistent playing schedule regardless of weather and ensure a safe surface for all practices and games. This would not only benefit soccer but also other sports, physical education classes, band practice, and potentially youth sport leagues. Have a good evening and thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Bash Farone. Good evening.
Good evening to all. Thank you very much for a very interesting meeting. This is the month of holidays, and I just want to remind myself and remind you and everybody listening to me, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, happy any holiday anyone celebrates and recognize. And I hope the school system in this month would recognize everybody and pull us all together, make us feel all welcome regardless of our origin, color, religion, etc. So on the holiday, I always remember Miss Romaine Williams. She was the chair of PRC about 8 years ago. She is really the champion in the PRC that allowed the change in the policy which led to the equal rights of Muslim holidays and Jewish holidays. And it really opened the door for the Hindu holiday recognition and the Asian, the Chinese New Year's. So it had more positive impact than really a one-issue item, which I started with. As far as elections today, I feel there is positive and negative. I really enjoyed the positive when board members crossed the line between the right side, left side, the right wing, left wing. And I think that's really hopeful for us. There's so much political stuff around us. Many of it is negative. All what I say that since 1995 that I started being involved with the education system, we really need to get the politics out of the system. And I've seen some of you clearly focused on students. There is no other issue, political, religious, whatever it is, needs to be here except what is best for students. And I've seen in some of you today in the elections that focus makes me more happy, more hopeful, and you took 1 hour of my memory in my cell phone, but it was fun. It was good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board. I'm pleased to present the superintendent's report. While they get the PowerPoint up, I would like to make a few comments from in response to our public comment. Specifically, I want to begin with Ms. Crow that spoke about Nottingham Middle School. I'm not sure, there you are. Thank you for being here. You did identify some lists with some designations that come from the state. We have in the past advocated With a new school, there are some rules that all school systems have to follow in the state of Maryland. We certainly have no problem advocating on behalf of Nottingham Middle School again. So thank you for raising that, and we will advocate again and see if any exception can be made. In regards to our community members who have come out to Owings Mill High School, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your continued advocacy, particularly Jalen, when you spoke about care, pride, and investment. That struck a chord with me, as that is central to our mission and what we are about on behalf of all of our students. Many people have heard me say time and time again, as we have the third largest school system in the state of Maryland, and we have the third oldest infrastructure in the state of Maryland in terms of oldest buildings. It was 2021 when there was a report made, the My iPass report, that looked at the condition of all of our buildings and identified at that time that we had more than $4.7 billion worth of repairs, renovations, and changes that we needed to make to our building. On the original list, Owings Mills was number 44 out of the then 176 schools. That I know does not bring any comfort immediately to the group. What we do know is that there are many members of the community that are continuing to advocate to the students that talk about the turf field. The school system is only involved in turf fields with new buildings, but we do have our lawmaker partners that advocate for funding. There was an attempt made in 2025. We hope there will be another attempt made in 2026 that is successful. There have been changes to the building because there is no turf field, considerable amount of effort to the fields to make sure that the grass fields are taken care of and students are have a place to play and that they are safe. We do have the other side, community members advocating for us not to have turf fields. But in a time of limited resources, we just ask for your continued partnership. We are advocating this session again for another Built to Learn Act funds. That brings in hundreds of millions of dollars into the building. For the first time since BCPS has been built, we have 3 high school projects going on at one time. We've never had that before in the history, and high schools are incredibly expensive to build. And so we hear you, we see you, you know, we have been there to visit personally. And we will do everything that is in our power to continue to support you, to work with you, and to advocate at the state level for additional resources so we can continue to invest in the hard work that you are doing under the leadership of Ms. Moses. And so I just want to thank you for your advocacy and for being here. With that, I will move into the December presentation. So this is the season of giving. We want to remind all of our community members that through the Education Foundation, you can participate and share the warmth. You can participate in donations for Kids Helping Hopkins for children who are in John Hopkins Children's Center, as well as the Giving Tree. Oh, wow. That was right on time. Or the Giving Tree for us to adopt some families that would appreciate our support this year. Please advance. Okay. For the next few slides, want to share with the community, as you know, a few weeks ago, we had a stakeholder budget survey. We also annually have a principals budget priority survey. Want to share the findings from that survey. For our stakeholders, the majority of people who participated in the survey, we had about 2,000 respondents. were staff members, 67%, staff members, 28%, parent caregivers, and a small portion of students, secondary and elementary, as well as community members. They identified for FY27 to really focus on hiring and retaining high-quality staff, keeping class sizes small, and providing support services to students who are struggling in school. They also indicated to us in their report that the most important thing was for us to examine opportunities to improve over the upcoming year. Ms. Gover, can you try to bring up the remainder of the slide? No, there is a section that is missing. That is okay. I will share it verbally. So in addition to focusing on opportunities to improve, which 65% of stakeholders indicated when they rank the 4 system priority areas, the first area that was most important to them was highly effective staff, followed by safety and climate. Academic achievement was number 3, and infrastructure was the last priority. This was for all of our stakeholders. The budget ranking, the top 3 areas were teacher-student ratio, social, emotional, behavioral health, and safety of students, followed by instructional materials. We asked similar questions to our principals. Please advance to the next slide. We asked similar questions to our principals. This slide depicts the representation of principals who responded to the survey. 40% of the responses came from Central Zone, 36% from East, and 24% from West. They prioritized hiring and retaining high-quality staff, providing support services to struggling students, following that, keeping class sizes small. A majority of our respondents represented elementary schools, very close representation of middle school and high school, and 5% of the responses came from special schools and centers. Next slide, please. When identifying opportunities to improve, preserving programs and opportunities, or balancing both of those with affordability, the majority of the focus, the support was for examining opportunities to improve. Principals prioritized the system for areas as safety and climate coming first, followed by academic achievement, then highly effective staff members and infrastructure. Their top 3 budget items were teacher-student ratio, social, emotional, behavioral health, and safety of students, followed by professional development for all staff. Next slide, please. When we triangulated the data between our stakeholders and the principals that are charged with leading the school communities, the number 1 overall priority in both surveys was hiring and retaining high-quality staff. Both groups also prioritized examining opportunities to improve over affordability, and in many of the comments, there was a focus on compensation. And so with that, those are the results from the FY27 budget priority surveys from both the stakeholders as well as the principals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next
Point of
one.
information.
Yes, sorry.
I just have a question about some of the slides in the presentation that was just presented by the superintendent in her update.
Okay, do you want to send them to her and then she'll respond to them in the weekly Friday bulletin?
They're up. You don't want to answer them now? Their budget, I mean,
So I have a budget update that is coming up. This report on the survey, if there are specific
Is
questions
this going to be
the
included
survey.
in the survey results going to be included in that budget presentation?
No.
So
I'm happy to take any questions via email and send all the responses to the board in the weekly update.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Chair's Report, and I did not prepare a Chair's Report. In fact, I prepared a next Chair's list to tell them what needed to be finished. So I really do not have a report. I do want to say that I have tried over the past year with Ms. Harvey's help to facilitate the work of the board, and I will continue that work to facilitate the work and to lead the meetings, and will do my best. I'm very committed to this county, and I'm looking forward to continuing the work. Therefore, our next agenda item is our student member of the board report, and Ms. Ngambi.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Chair Mrs. Lichter, Vice Chair Mrs. Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, members of the board, staff, families, and BCPS students. As we wrap up the calendar year, last month was full of student leadership, school system collaboration, and meaningful conversations across Baltimore County. This month, the Baltimore County Student Councils held our county-wide general session where student council members from middle and high school across the county gathered for a day of collaboration and leadership development. Students engaged in productive workshops focused on communication, advocacy, and teamwork, an incredible reminder of the talent, passion, and drive that BCPS student leaders bring to their schools every single day. I'm extremely proud of the work our BCSC officers and executive board put into making this session successful and impactful. One of the most energizing experiences last month was attending the Maryland Association of Student Councils, or MASC's, Fall Leadership Conference in Montgomery County, where student leaders from across the entire state came together to learn, connect, and grow. Through workshops, networking sessions, and statewide discussions, I had the opportunity to share local perspectives, collaborate with students from diverse backgrounds, and bring new ideas back to our county-level work. Maryland student leaders continue to inspire me. Coming up in January, the MASC will be hosting a legislative session where students across the state will have an opportunity to discuss key legislative issues, bill stances, and nominate the 2 finalists for the MSDE Student Member of the Board. This legislative session will be hosted right here in Baltimore County at Loch Raven High School, and I'm eager to welcome student leaders from across the state to our phenomenal schools. I've also been continuing my school visit initiative, visiting schools across the county as part of my goal to meet with students and administrators directly. Each visit allows me to hear firsthand about the unique culture, strengths, and needs of every school. From conversations about academic support to discussions on school climate, these visits help ensure I'm bringing authentic, living student experiences to the Board of Education. I'm grateful to every principal, staff member, and student who has welcomed me to their building and shared their perspectives. Thank you to all BCPS community members and students who have spoken up and shared their story. And lastly, wishing all students, staff, families a safe, restful, and joyful winter break. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business, report on board policies. This is the second reader for these policies, and for that I call on Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept the committee's recommendation to amend the following board policies. Board Policy 8130, Policy Formulation, Board Policy 8132, Policy Manual Availability, and Board Policy 8222, Superintendent, Executive Officer, Secretary, and Treasurer. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits K1 through K3.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations being requested? Okay. May I have a motion to accept the recommendations of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 8130, 8132, and 8222?
So moved, Harvey.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn? Ms. Henn? Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stolesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call on Mr. Burns. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, members of the board. Tonight in closed session, the board considered an appeal that goes by the caption SDA 26-004. Now would be an appropriate time for the board to affirm the action that it took in closed session.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the action taken in closed session on hearing examiner case SDA 26-004 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So move, Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Ogumbe.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stileski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is contract awards, and for that I call on Mr. Young, Chair of the Building and Contracts Committee.
Members of the board's Building and Contracts Committee met on Monday, December 1st, 2025. Items M1 through M18 were forwarded to the full board for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Board members, are there any separations? Ms. Dominowski?
Yes, 6 and 7.
6 and 7. Any other separations? Do I have a motion to approve items 1 through 5?
Board member, I'm sorry, Chair Lichter, this is Board Member Frempong. I had my hand raised.
Yes. Do you have one to be separated?
Thank you. Just had questions about M15, 17, and 18 relating to the track, so I can ask the questions. I don't know that they necessarily need to be called out. Should I just ask during discussion?
Yes. Let me get the motion out, and when I say any discussion, then I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So do I? Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. I just want to reiterate that the motion was for items 1 through 5 and then 8 through 18. Now time for discussion. Ms. Frempong?
Thank you, Chair Lichter. I just had questions about the different cost for M15, M16, and M18. I believe on all three of them, there is an addition because of, let me get to the file. It has to do, there it is, resurfacing the pole vault runway and landing area and jump runway as shown in drawings. So in our attachments, we don't have any drawings, but I noticed that there were some different costs across, they're all 3 high schools. But could you just speak to the different costs behind the contracts for the 3 different high schools? And I believe that's for Overly is M15, Kenwood is M17, and Perry Hall is M18.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear very well.
Oh, no, okay.
Of the high school tracks. A lot of it has to do with the site specific. Sometimes the tracks need a little bit more work in taking up the old track. There's different areas with the auxiliary, like the running, not running, the other track events. So it really is, it's a site-specific design that went out. We also are trying to go with we open the bids to we put the bids out to everybody. If it's one contractor where we had on this one, I mean, it all depends. They might have come in low on the first one and then, adjust things. It's really out of our control. It's the same standards, though.
Ms. Frempong, do you have a follow-up, or does that answer your question?
I guess that makes sense. And again, because we don't have all the documents ourselves to see, I'll say yes, and then I'll ask another question, I think, a little bit later. So that's fine. Thank you.
Any discussion on 1 through 5 and 8 through 18? Ms. Pumphrey?
Hi. I just have a question about 14 and 16, which are the open space schools, elementary schools. There on both of the bids or contracts, there are listings for alternate 1 and alternate 2. Could you explain what that means?
Let me see.
For
let me just
example-
double see which.
Sure.
like,
For
just
example,
generally
Logan
or-
says
or
alternate 1, add staff restroom. And for Chesapeake Terrace, it's alternate 1, renovate existing vestibule and renovate existing classrooms on the east side of the project area. I guess my question is, when it says alternate, is that something that may not happen? Why is it considered alternate?
Yes, knowing we have a project budget at the beginning, we go in and design, but we have the base bid. But when we look at other things that we might want to add, if we put that into the base bid to begin with and the base bid comes in too high, then we can't move forward with the project. So what we've been doing on all of these is we've been designing like the secure vestibules, or in different schools, they may have a certain need that they would really like to have something done, that we'll go ahead and design that and then have it as an ad alternate. And if the pricing comes in okay, then we'll take it.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
Any other questions, Ms. Delusky?
Thank you. This is about contract number 4. It looks like the contract was extended by a certain amount of time, and the question is just, was there a particular reason or need for the contract to be extended? Like any particular problems or was that something that was typical and expected? Thank you.
So this was, thank you for that question, Ms. Stolisky. This will provide support through the transition this coming summer and basically through the summer and into the early fall. What we learned through the HCM and payroll transition was that the additional support in the managed care that we have was critical to the implementation of the project. What this does for us outside of that is it provides us some flexibility to have additional supports so our staff can help manage the transition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion on 1 to 5, 8 to 18? May I have a roll call vote on contracts 1 through 5 and 8 through 18?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen? Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dominowski, do you want 6 and 7 separated or done together?
You can do them together.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve items 6 and 7?
So move, Pumphrey.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Any discussion? Ms. Dominowski.
Yes. Just for clarity, I wasn't unable to watch the contract meeting, so I just had a couple questions about the copy and print services contract. Is that just for fiscal services or budget, or is that, can you clarify what that's for?
Certainly, Ms. Dominowski. That is for all print managed services throughout the school system. So it's for all copiers and printers throughout BCPS.
So in every school building as well?
Yes, ma'am. So I can't recall what year it was. We went from decentralized print programming to centralized as a cost efficiency management.
What does that mean exactly? Could you explain
So,
it?
yes, prior to, and again, I can't recall what year I was in the schoolhouse. It was before 2019. We went to, we had been in decentralized print management, which means that each school and office was responsible for its own printers, its own copiers. There were disparate contracts throughout the school system with different vendors. There were not a whole lot of standards. Purchasing reined that in the latter 20-teens and went to a central print management that provided standards and efficiency throughout the system.
Now, are schools required, does that come out of their school allocation funds to use those printers?
I don't believe so. I believe it is centrally allocated.
It is?
Yes.
So, and I don't know.
Paper is their responsibility.
Paper is their responsibility.
Paper is
So they
their
have to pay
responsibility.
they have to pay for their own paper?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same for like central office? Do they have to pay for their own paper?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Did you ask about 7 also, Ms. Domanowski? Okay. Okay, Mr. McMillian?
I'd just like to add, Mr. Dobanowski, I was in the schoolhouse when the schools were responsible for their own printers, and it was a little bit of a nightmare. So I think this is the way to go, is to doing it across the entire system. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. It was a nightmare. Ms. Zaleski?
Quick question. Can you just describe the reason why the increase was so high, the 23 million?
Defer to Mr. Tantliff on that.
Thank
one.
you so very much.
Certainly.
It's an extension of 5 years, so it's just basically 5 years' worth with a little inflation built in.
Great, thank you so much.
And 2013 was the year that we cut over to the central leasing.
Thank you for making me feel old, Mr. Tantliff.
Other questions about 6 or 7? Ms. Domanowski?
7. I know we've gone over this one before. How many of our schools get bottled water? Do we know?
So that number can fluctuate based on testing. In July, the number was about 85.
And what's the regular schedule for bottle delivery for our schools?
So the normal delivery schedule is every 2 weeks. That can change depending on season and need for the school. There is a process if schools need something more urgently or not. We've also been in schools where we've noticed they have water on hand, so we work with them to adjust the delivery schedule.
And how is that taken care of in the schoolhouse? Is that something they have to allocate for in their school allocation funds, or is that something that we take care of?
So this centrally, we provide bottled water for any school that tests at a certain level based on the state standards. Schools that do not meet that criteria can opt to purchase bottled water on their own.
And have we checked make sure that those schools that would have to opt in, basically make sure that they have adequate, water access, like filling stations or whatever for the students to get to water if they don't have bottled water?
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question. So you're saying that the schools that do not receive bottled water,
Schools that don't.
do we check their water fountains and make sure
Yes.
that they're, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? May I have a roll call vote on contracts number 6 and 7, please?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Domanowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumpe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalewski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure you should move, though. The next item on the agenda is the budget on the proposed FY 2027 County Capital Budget Request, and for that, I call on Dr. Grimm and Ms. Lazaria. Hi.
Thank you. Good evening again, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. As Ms. Lichter just said, we are here to present to you the FY 2027 County Capital Budget Request. This slide shows the state capital request. Thank you, Tracy. That was approved by the board in September. And we're sharing this with you just again to remind you that that particular request followed a very strict priority order this year. This slide reflects our county capital budget request, and you will see that it is almost identical to the state capital request. Please note that FY 2027 is not a referendum year, which means that we do not expect any new capital funds from the county for this year. So digging into our county capital request for FY 2027, you'll notice that Delaney, Scotts Branch, Towson are fully funded from the county, so you won't see them on this list. As I just said, the priority order aligns with the state capital budget request with one exception, and that's a repurpose of Golden Ring Middle School, which we're going to get to in just a second. This request also includes a number of systemics, those chillers, intercoms, boilers, and roofs. And we added in our 2 priority projects, again, in priority order from what you've seen in the past, for planning and design for future projects, although there's no dollar amount tied to them for this fiscal year. If funding comes available, we will divert it to those projects. But they will continue their planning and design with the current funds we have. What we are proposing, which is new and in the county capital budget request, is to move the Crossroads Center to the Golden Ring site. So if you recall, the board approved closing Golden Ring Middle School for students when we built Nottingham. We've taken a look at a number of options that we have, and what we would like to do, and what we're proposing to the board to do, is to shift the Crossroads Center to the Golden Ring site beginning the 2027-2028 school year. What this would do is instantly provide some educational facilities to the Crossroads students that are currently less than available at the site that they're at now. It's important to note that the lease for Crossroads Center expires in 2027. The FY26 budget includes rent, our CAM, HVAC, our retax, and it's over $1.9 million. We estimate that in FY 2028, the yearly cost will be somewhere in the range, depending on the current valuation of a cost per square foot, between $1.16 million and $1.75 million. Now, you might be asking, why is that so much lower than what we're paying now? If you recall, when we brought the contract back to the board for spending authority on the current lease of the Crossroads Center, that was a 20-year agreement that had been in place. It included all of the costs to renovate the Crossroads Center with the leasing company at that time, back in 2005, if memory serves me correctly, or 2006. There's also an important note that reoccupancy of the Golden Ring site would eliminate a one-time IAC reimbursement of $3.9 million. And so let me explain that very briefly. Essentially, when the state provides us with funding capital for different projects, as they do many of our sites, Golden Ring was one of them, they expect those buildings to be occupied by students. When suddenly they are not occupied by students, the school system has a period of time in which to change the purpose of the facility or to reoccupy it with students. By reoccupying Golden Ring with students in the 2027-2028 school year, we will be able to work with the IAC and avoid this almost $4 million cost to the state. We do project, we are looking at about $4 million in capital funding and some modest maintenance and other grounds funding in the upcoming budget to make sure that Golden Ring would be ready for the Crossroads students in 2027. This slide shows the schedule for our county capital budget request. The introduction obviously is tonight. Our work session will be in 2 weeks, and we look forward to your vote in the middle of January.
Thank you for that presentation. Questions or comments? Mr. McMillian?
Any talk about Rosedale going to Golden Ring also? Rosedale Center?
So that is something that our team has explored, and is something that if the board is interested in us looking at further, we would be happy to answer any additional questions on that. We have looked at that possibility.
Okay. And on slide 5, I think it was.
I'm sorry, Mr. McMillian, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have looked at it. It is possible to combine both programs in that facility.
And there's enough layers, you could probably separate them.
Yes, sir.
On slide 5, Your list stopped at 13. Can we pull up slide 5? Where is Sparrows Point Middle and Sparrows Point High School at, down below that?
So I would be disingenuous to give you a number right below that. We do have that information. I do not have that right in front of me.
Now, I know that's been paused,
Yes, sir.
but
Yes.
some other schools have jumped over that?
No, sir. So the list that you see in priority, the only priorities that have been inserted are again this potential Golden Ring project, if the board is interested in that, and then some of these systemics. Again, the boilers, the roof projects. I wouldn't even call those have been inserted. They are Sparrows Point, the new Northeast High School. They are still in the same priority that they were in previously. The next two major construction projects that we do have in the queue, after the existing ones that we've already started construction on, obviously, are the Northwest CTE Center and Patapsco High School.
And did the CTE Center jump over Sparrows Point?
No, sir, it did not. It's always been ahead of it in the priority list.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Pumphrey?
First, just a point of order, or should I be asking my questions now? I noticed in the agenda that it's
It
to
says
submit
both.
questions.
It says if we have both of them.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure before I move forward. So my question is about Golden Ring. Would the budget request include improvements such as a secure vestibule? I remember that the office used to be located upstairs in that building, and part of the reason why that was never changed is because the students were moving from Golden Ring to Nottingham. So that would be a concern that I would bring forward if we're moving students back into that building.
Yes, ma'am. It would include. Our team has thought about that, and again, looked at a couple of different models on what that would look at. The facility with the size that it is, and matching it to the current program at Crosswords, we wouldn't need to use all of the facility. So there are certain improvements that we could make like that would be definites that we would need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My question is follow-up to Mr. McMillion's. The population, the number of enrollments for Crossroads is much less than the capacity that Golden Ring has. So if we don't move Rosedale in, are you just rehabbing part of the building, or are you rehabbing the whole building, and what other choices would we have?
Yes, ma'am. So, thank you for that question. So this project would not be a full renovation or rehabilitation in any way. What it would do is it would make sure it would freshen up with some paint and some tile some of the areas that require it. There are some things that we would need to address before students can safely occupy the building. As Ms. Pumphrey said, things like a secure vestibule would be necessary, and our team has closely looked at, with such a reduction in the number of students that the facility would serve, how we could most safely accommodate and support them in that space. So it would not be a full renovation of any point. It would be our maintenance teams, our grounds teams, our facilities construction, our engineers have gone in, taken a look, and surveyed what are the things that we would have to do and what are some things that we could do to freshen the environment in a cost-effective manner.
Okay, thank you. So board members, the capital budget is coming back at our next meeting on December 16th. So if you have additional questions, you may have submit them to Dr. Rogers by next Monday, the 8th, and then they'll be included in the December 16th board work session. So thank you.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
there's some members and teams that have
Okay.
had their hands raised with questions.
okay, go ahead, Ms. Hen.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the IAC reimbursement for the Golden Ring occupation, the $4 million that was mentioned on the slide.
Yes, go ahead.
Is that for the investment in air conditioning, or because Golden Ring has not had recent state capital investment? So I'm curious as to what the $4 million liability to the IAC for reimbursement.
Yes, that is correct. It's almost entirely due to the air conditioning.
Due to air conditioning. Okay, thank you. And Chair Lichter and Mr. McMillion asked two of my other questions, which was regarding regarding the capacity at Golden Ring and the additional utilization. So I may have follow-up questions to ask during the next session on that. So thank you to both of those members for asking those questions. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. And I'm just trying to figure out whether or not Ms. Henn actually asked my question from that slide. So with that reimbursement, I believe Mr. Grimm, you referred to it as a fee, but this was saying reimbursement. So I was trying to understand that $4 million. Is it something BCPS has paid out and they're getting the money back, or is it something they do not have to pay?
So and that's a great question, Ms. Frempong. So it's actually part of an investment in capital dollars the state made to complete a capital project. To Ms. Henn's question, it was largely due to the air conditioning system that was put in at Golden Ring. So the state, when they provide those kind of capital dollars, there are strings attached. They assume that the building will be occupied and used for the purposes to educate students for a certain period of time. They then amortize the amount of money that the system would owe back over the course of time. And so in this case, the amount that we would still owe at this point in time is just about $4 million for the Golden Ring project if we don't put students in. And we do have some additional time if this is not of interest to the board in order to repurpose it. But it's not money that we have, it's money that the state invested in a capital project that we would owe them back if we don't occupy the facility with students or repurpose it in some other way that the state accepts and waives that figure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So once again, please submit any questions on the capital budget to Dr. Rogers, and they will be included in the next board meeting's presentation. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the report on the FY 2027 operating budget overview. And for that, I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board, I am pleased to provide you with an overview of the operating budget for those who had an opportunity to attend our many community conversations over the operating budget. A lot of this information will be familiar, but as we are in the throes of fiscal year 2027, the development of the operating budget, wanted to take an opportunity to just bring some key points to everyone's awareness. So the first is to remind everyone that our key investments, our priorities, are all focused on moving BCPS forward. 3 years ago when we came together, our first charge was to make sure that we focused on school system improvement, both the technical aspects in terms of what we invested in, but also the social processes, making sure that we were focused on the people, particularly our students and what they needed to be successful. It was based on our data as well as feedback from more than 10 community meet and greets, reviewing documents and processes that we identified 4 main priorities: academic achievement, safety and climate, infrastructure, and having highly effective teachers, leaders, and staff. And so for the last 3 years, as we have identified our requests for the operating budget, we have been sure to address these 4 areas. The reasons that we have, oh goodness, it's usually doing well. The reasons that we have remained, laser focused are our students. As I said, academic achievement is our #1 priority. We know that implementation science tells us that it takes about 3 years of investing in an infrastructure, really focusing on professional development and implementation before we start to see student progress move forward. We are fortunate in BCPS that it has not taken 3 years before we have started to see progress in our students. This slide depicts year 1 and year 2 results. All of the indicators on this slide are external. They either compare the performance of Baltimore County Public Schools with the 23 other school systems in the state of Maryland, or we are compared outside of the state in the U.S. All of these measures are validity and reliability tested.
We did. We're good right now.
We're good right now. Yes. And so as we move into this third year of the of our plan for the system and moving student progress forward, we also know that it is going to be another challenging fiscal year. We have spent time really speaking with our stakeholders to hear many voices about the priorities and educating our communities about the factors of change, what is different in our school systems now. This slide shows that there are changes at every level, starting with the federal level. For us, our large title grants are provided to us by the federal government. When we usually talk about Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, those are our federal grants, about 8% of our budget. We have 737 teachers and 443 additional staff members who are supported by these grant sources. At the state level, everyone knows that the state is facing more than $1 billion in a structural deficit, and so that gap is more than doubles this year and for the coming year. And so we anticipate as the lawmakers go into session that we will learn more about the fate of public schools. We do know that public school funds are in a trust and they are protected as part of the blueprint, but there is also focused effort to stretch those dollars as far and as long as possible. And so we await what that will mean for local school systems, and again are prepared to advocate in Annapolis this upcoming year on behalf of our students in BCPS. And lastly, the local level. The majority of our funding comes from county government, as is the law and the expectations, but we also know from our partners that the impact of the federal government changes and the state government reductions have an impact on what they're able to do in terms of providing funding above maintenance of effort to the school system. This slide shows the changes over time. So if we look at BCPS data from 2014-15 to this past school year, and look at the changes, we'll see that enrollment has declined a little bit since COVID, but has remained relatively stable, well over 108,000 students over this 10-year period of time. But at the same time, the costs for wages and benefits across BCPS have increased significantly. And so as we move into this budget year, and as we have been for the last few years, a lot of our focus is going to be on wages and benefits. It's also important to talk about the enrollment, because all of the sources of revenue, almost all of the sources of revenue that we receive are contingent upon enrollment. They are based on the number of students that we have. The more students you have in your school system, the more funding you receive. The same thing with when we allocate resources and funding to individual schools. Our number one characteristic that we use for all schools, regardless of need, is enrollment. And so it's important for us to highlight and for our community to have an awareness that when we lose enrollment, like the entire state of Maryland has been doing, there are losses that come in terms of funding as well. And so this slide moves into the operating budget, making sure that there's clear understanding that when we're talking about the operating budget, we're talking about 6 different funds, but we really spend a lot of our time, focus, and energy talking about the general fund. The general fund is responsible for all system operations. So when you talk about salaries, wages, and benefits for every single employee, all of our instructional textbooks, supplies, plant operation and maintenance, the day-to-day operations of running the school system, including offices, is part of the general fund. We have the special revenue fund. That's where we receive the grant funding. And the other one that I would highlight, which is a very separate process, and Dr. Grimm and Ms. Lazari presented our county capital request. The first step of that this evening are the capital projects for fund and that capital budget. We have a very separate process for that. We have a state capital submission where the Board of Education votes in September annually on that, and the county capital submission, and that vote takes place in January. So all things construction are under the capital projects funds, and every even year is when there is a bond referendum, and that is when all of the voters in Baltimore County go to the polls and they register a vote whether or not they want to support additional school buildings in our school system. That is how we are building our high schools. Currently, we have Lansdowne, Towson, and Delaney that are under construction as a result, in large part, to the bond referendum of last year that was passed. Oops, sorry, the wrong way. So BCPS does not generate our own funding. All of our money comes from external sources, and all of our money comes with strings attached. Our money comes from local government, state government, and federal government. It is also important for our community to understand that there is a law that governs the amount of money that we receive from the county government. It is the same law that governs the allocation for all 24 school systems. It is the maintenance of effort law. And what it states is that each county must appropriate an amount equal to the funding from the prior year and based on enrollment of the students. And so if we look at last year, for the operating budget, general fund, maintenance of effort for BCPS was $961 billion. The county provided $995 billion. So the difference between $961 billion and $995 billion, that was the funding that was discretionary. It was 3.5% that was provided to Baltimore County Public Schools above maintenance of effort. The bulk of the funding that we receive is mandated by law. BCPS is not revenue generating. All of our expenditures must be accounted for. As you know from watching our Board of Education meetings, and we just had some contracts come through this evening. Contracts come to the Board of Education for approval. There are appropriation limits, there are time limits, and specific vendors and purposes. There are individual spending transaction limits that schools and offices must adhere to. And as I stated before, all of our funding comes with strings attached. So there are requirements for reporting and external auditing requirements for all of our funding, even our grant funds. Most of our grant funds are reimbursable, which means that we have to expend our money first, and then provide all of the documentation to the state and federal government for reimbursement as an added measure that we will be compliant with the expectations of the grant. Even within a grant, while we cannot change allocations, we want to sometimes change line items. That is done through a NOGA process where we have to submit to the grantor for prior approval before any changes can be made. I think this is very important information for our community to have about spending and funding in BCPS. And so sometimes when we're engaging with the community. There are questions about how is the funding spent. All of the information that I'm sharing can be found on Budget 101. All of the board contracts, going back to as long as we've had board docs, can also be found on board docs that have been approved with the specific vendors and amount and spending authority. But this graphic helps our community to understand how we spend every single dollar. 82 cents of every single dollar in BCPS is spent on employee salary and benefits. And then we further provide you with a breakdown by union group. So 54 cents of every dollar in our school system is spent on TABCO represented employees. 11 cents on AFSCME represented employees. Our AFSCME represented employees are our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, our plant workers, building service workers. 8 cents of every dollar is spent on ESPBC represented employees. Primarily, they are our paraeducators as well as our clerical staff members. 6 cents on CASE, that's our supervisory union for all of our principals, assistant principals, and central office leaders. We have 2 cents of every dollar on spent for OPE represented employees, office professionals. We have supervisors and coordinators in addition to our cafeteria managers that are part of OPE, that work in human resources, that work in technology and other aspects of operation. 1 penny is spent on all other employees. That includes non-represented contracted individuals. 2 cents of every dollar is spent on supplies to run the school system. 3 cents on our utilities. 4 cents for non-public placements for special education services. I will remind the community that we shared previously in the blueprint presentation that 2 years ago the legislation passed law where non-public schools achieve parity with public schools. That means that the tuition rates for non-public schools skyrocketed across the system over the last 5 years. There has been an increase of 32% costs in this area for the state of Maryland, 31% for BCPS. Services, 8 cents goes to services. This is all of our building maintenance. Again, I will repeat, building maintenance for the third oldest set of buildings in the state of Maryland. All of our security, our contract buses, our computers, as well as our software are a part of our services. And the last penny goes to large furniture and equipment. This slide speaks to our budgeting elements as we move forward in another tight fiscal year. We have some elements that are in place of how we conduct the budget process before a proposed budget is brought forward to the Board of Education. This is the third year in a row that we have moved forward with a central office and non-school-based hiring freeze, meaning that as positions become vacant, whether it's through promotion, internal promotion, retirements, or resignations, that we do not immediately fill those positions. There's an exception process where people can request consideration if it's a critical position. We have only opened or lifted the freeze for small periods of time over the summer for our central office. We engage in zero-based budgeting. We no longer provide everyone with a guarantee of the same budget amount that they received the previous year, and they share with us additional requests. Everyone starts with a clean slate where they have to identify every single request. The request has to be supported with either actual expenditures, or if we have a contract and there's a built-in escalation. I'll recall your attention to gas and electric, where we had the numbers from the vendors that's built into the budget. You will not see any new initiatives come forward unless there is something that is mandated by the state. For example, the state is mandating a new mathematics policy, which the team will speak about a little later on. They're speaking about next, and part of that new policy requires integrated math options. Integrated math options might require us to ensure that we have the proper materials necessary for our students to implement what is required by the state. And all contracts this year, we reverse sorted all of our contracts from highest contract to the lowest contract in the school system. And going through each one through our divisions, we're looking for opportunities to renegotiate for a better cost, opportunities if we're procuring a good to reduce the amount of the good that we are procuring, or outright eliminate the contract to further reduce costs this fiscal year. This slide is to share just some very specific details on our reduction of central office supervisory positions over the last 2 fiscal years. As we have been engaging with community members, I am very grateful for the community members that shared with us that there were still some misinformation in the community about the reductions that actually took place. And this slide shows the reductions that have taken place over the last 2 fiscal years, the specific type of positions. The only positions included are chiefs, executive director, director, coordinator, manager, and supervisor. These are only supervisory positions on this list. It also includes a line for where we added any position. If we added a position in one of those titles, the specific area where it was added, and then making the subtraction for the net reduction and what the change has been over the last 2 years. And so in terms of central office supervisory positions, 69 positions have been reduced in central office over the last 2 fiscal years. Additionally, over the last 2 school years, BCPS has reduced, has made internal reductions to the total amount of $168.9 million. This slide has a new look, but it is information that actually was brought back from a training that was provided to Board of Education members that was shared with myself and all of the board members 3 years ago in anticipation of ESSER. Georgetown University has continued to provide annual presentations on the stages of budget cuts, particularly for school systems. What you see on the slide are the 4 specific areas where you can freeze, where you can trim from the top, negotiate, as well as labor reduction. What we have added specific to BCPS are the checks for the areas where we have already implemented those changes in BCPS over the last 2 fiscal years. And so you'll see in the first category of freeze, there is a check in every area with the exception of offer early retirements. That is a topic that came up last year as a consideration. It is a topic that we are discussing in superintendent groups, and we are doing our own internal BCPS research as to whether or not that is a viable option for Baltimore County Public Schools. In the area of trim from the top, trim payments to community partners, we have contracts, we have reduced and renegotiated contracts. In that way, outright trimming payments without agreements to do so is not something that we have done. We have not eliminated all professional development days for our teachers or eliminated their prep time, where in some states you'll see that practice where there is teaching that is occurring at all times of the day. We know that our teachers need time to grade, they need time to reflect and plan for the students, and so that is not a step that we have taken in BCPS. We have made some salary adjustments for this current fiscal years. However, we have not altered any benefits. All of the research around altering benefits speak to having staff members have limited choices as well as paying a greater share of benefits. As you know, for the last 25 years, we have partnered with Baltimore County government for benefits to provide us with greater buying power, and as a result, where the state has increased more than 25% in this area over the 5 years, we have been able to keep our increase at lower than 20% in this area. And lastly, labor reduction, large staff layoffs. Some of our neighboring systems, as you know, have identified specific roles in the schoolhouse that have just been eliminated. BCPS has not gone through these measures, but next slide. But as we continue to move forward, things are getting tougher, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions. We know that we are responsible to continue moving student progress forward, that is not negotiable. That is the number one purpose of why we exist. At the same time, student needs are increasing and costs are increasing. It is my responsibility, and I intend to fulfill it, to bring forward a balanced proposed budget to the Board of Education for their deliberation. And it is my goal to bring it forward in alignment with our county target. Our county partners, our county executive has shared that the target for the FY27 year should be 2% above what we receive for FY26. We have heard from our stakeholders that compensation is incredibly important, and so we want to include year 3 compensation package in the budget that we bring forward. And in order to do that, in order to make sure that the budget is balanced and that we meet the county target and that we put in the compensation package, it means that we have to bring reductions forward. I remind everyone again that 82% of our budget is in wages and benefits. And so we're going to, as we move forward over the next few weeks, have to make some tough decisions in the best interest of our students that continues to move them forward with the limited resources that are available. And so at this time, I would open it up for any questions.
So, Dr. Rogers, thank you for that, especially in light of 27 budget season. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Mr. McMillian?
Dr. Rogers, I noticed in the one column you had the early retirement piece. Is that, there was no check in that box, obviously, but is that something the group has talked about, your central staff?
So that slide came from Georgetown University, and so it's one of the ways that most school systems across the nation address when you have these budget shortages. We didn't have a check there because BCPS has not gone there, but we are we're exploring all options.
You might be pleasantly surprised with the results of that if you offered it.
We are investigating, yes. Thank you.
Other questions? Let me look on Teams. Anybody? No on Teams? Okay. Thank you for that.
I was just going to make a quick
That's
comment,
okay.
and I commented on this at the community conversations, but I just love the dollar representation. I think that really points out to our community who ask over and over again where the money goes. I mean, that's a very, one-point photo that shows exactly where the money goes. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. It's just the start of the season, so we'll have lots of time to ask questions. The next item on the agenda is the report on academic achievement for secondary math, and for that I call on Dr. Mullenix, Ms. Mashinda, and Ms. Greenberg. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers. We're excited to be here to join you and share some secondary mathematics updates. We know that that's a major area of focus for curriculum instruction in our schools this school year.
Oh, yes, I was supposed to get us started. As Dr. Molinex shared, this is absolutely an area of focus for us in BCPS. This first slide that's depicted, you have seen this slide before, our math MCAP results. What this slide shows us is while 9 out of 10 student groups improve their proficiency in math, is that math continues to be an area of concern in both Maryland and in BCPS. Selfishly, we're going to focus on that concern in BCPS. The team has put together a work group to really focus on what the needs are of our students in middle school math in particular, as well as Algebra 1. And so I am pleased for them to provide an update on interventions and what those supports look like and what's to come from the state of Maryland in terms of mathematics for secondary students.
So when we zoom in on secondary and add the layer of the 22-23 school year, you can really see the trend data that shows an increase in mathematics scores for many of the grade levels. But what you also see here is the persistence in low proficiency, specifically in grades 7 and 8. So exactly to what Dr. Rogers mentioned, this is our area of concern. This is our focus, and what you should hear in this presentation are the strategy shifts that we're making to attend to students in need in the middle grades and in Algebra 1. But what also, from the last slide to this slide, is very clear is that something happens in that transition from elementary to middle school, and this is not dissimilar from the state's data, and they've acknowledged that this is an issue and why they have put forward this math policy. So we're also examining what does that shift to middle school mathematics really look and feel like for students, and how can we support them at taking and transitioning what they understood in elementary, extending that understanding of number sense to include new domains in mathematics like ratio and proportional reasoning or expressions and equations. So this is where we start this year, at gathering some baseline data. You may recall that last year we piloted the STAR math assessment in grades 3, 5, and Algebra 1. This year we're using that STAR across grades K to Algebra 2 to get an idea of where students are when they begin. So this was the original administration. It took place in late September, early October. And this is a norm-referenced computer adaptive assessment that lets us know where students are and how they are placing or performing in relation to their grade level peers. The data on this slide shows for grades 6, 7, and 8 that we have students ready to engage in on-level mathematics. So this was an assessment that they took when they had only 1 month of instruction at the grade level. And it's a little different than the data we just looked at. So how do we maintain these levels and at the same time grow the green bands and blue bands and attend to those students who are coming to us with beginning skills? This is the same data but for our grade 9 students. So again, we're in the year 2 of a linking study with the Renaissance company who has STAR that will provide us with some predictive indicators, connecting their STAR percentile ranks with their MCAP standards mastery. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Greenberg to talk about how we're taking this data and using it to move along with instruction and professional learning and intervention.
One of the first things that we looked at this year was redesigning our professional learning. We created a professional learning series that specifically focuses on the standards and how they grow and expand upon each other, starting in Math 6 through Algebra 1. It is a series of learning that is pushed into the schools in partnership with the school leadership. And between each session of the series, there is implementation support by my team going in and partnering with the teachers. We figured that bringing it directly to the schoolhouse would increase the amount of ability to reach a greater number of teachers. And of course, my team continues to support the schools in curriculum and planning, data analysis and response, and leading for instructional change, as those are continued growth that we know we have. We have three continuations of the pilots from last year that we started. Freckle, we piloted last year in grades 3, 5, and Algebra 1. We were able to expand that to all Title I and community schools in grades 3, Algebra 2. And we are currently looking for additional ways in which to expand that for grades 3 through 8 and to the rest of the schools. The assessment's expanded now to 15 middle schools this year, which is one of our curriculum-based pilots. It's attached directly to our illustrative mathematics curriculum and supports the data-driven instruction by our teachers. And the same thing with Conmigo. That is in 12 of our middle schools, and that is again linked to our instructional materials and is designed for supporting the data-driven instruction of our teachers. We have a system-wide professional learning plan in the summer of 2025. We worked on planning to the content assessment limits of the standards, and that is in light of the upcoming changes that the math policy we'll discuss in a few minutes, but really kind of digging into the standards and understanding how to plan to them was important. October 2nd, we talked about appropriate adjusting and enhancing of a curriculum, and then throughout this year, again, we have the intentional learning to grow teacher content and pedagogical knowledge to the standards. And then we are partnering in March for implementation of the revised standards, and MSD is going to partner in or co-facilitate that learning. We also have a summer summit planned. For this summer, we have 2 days where we will be bringing in math teachers to learn about these new standards and to plan for some of the changes that are upcoming in mathematics. So the mathematics policy that was adopted in March of 2025 is bringing out around some significant changes. In fall of 2026, we are going to implement the revised college and career ready standards from kindergarten through grade 8. In fall of 2027, we will be implementing the integrated Algebra 1 course, which will be a combination of some Algebra 1 standards and some geometry standards. We also will have the required number of instructional minutes at that point will need to be implemented. And then in fall of 2028, we'll follow the integrated Algebra 2 course, which will be some additional geometry standards and then the remaining algebra. And then, so geometry will no longer exist separately. It will be these two courses that have a combination of the 3 sets of standards.
And so in alignment with the policy, we've convened a math task force. And the math task force, the purpose of this task force is to really develop all of the strategies to implement parts of the policy for students in BCPS, specific to the needs of our students. This task force includes the voices of teachers, administrators, central office leadership, and stakeholders. There are 6 buckets that we are focusing in on, 2 of which are timely with regard to the middle schools. And so we're looking at course sequencing, we're looking at feasible bell schedules, we're also looking at multi-tiered systems of support, so looking at that experience of students shifting into middle grades. And then we are working through the professional learning that Ms. Greenberg described and continuing to lean in on our high quality instructional material to focus on our instruction, as well as making sure that we have a communication pipeline that lets communities know what's changing, why it's changing, and how it will impact families.
And to ensure that we are aligned continuously with MSD's expectation, we are partnering with them very specifically in 3 ways right now. We have an LEA liaison team that meets with them monthly to assure that we are up to date with all of the information that's coming from MSD on the new policy. We are part of the curriculum committee lead committee in order to assure that we are hearing all of the responses to the various curriculum committees in alignment with the changing standards. And we are partnering with them on professional learning, not only for the revised standard implementation, but also on modeling and reasoning, as that continues to be an area. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that presentation. Questions or comments from board members? Ms. Domanowski?
Yes, thank you for that presentation, for addressing these concerns with math scores. I just had a couple of questions. The Freckle assessments and Conmigo, are these all digital AI gear interventions, supports for students?
Digital, yes. AI, no.
Just digital. They're all digital supports. And what what teacher-centered supports and interventions are we offering?
So we still have, so we're talking about the secondary level. The teacher component to Freckle is the use of the data to be strategic about what the students engage in. So there are 3 different ways that students can engage with Freckle. One is adaptive, where the Freckle platform is engaging with the student as they answer questions with more difficulty. But there's another where the teacher actually sits and assigns, based on the data, based on the focus skills, focused intervention, and the student is engaging with what the teacher has decided is the skill. And then there's another that's aligned to their STAR assessment, where they look at where STAR where they landed in STAR, which is computer adaptive, and how those students engage. So the platform, yes, is digital, but the teacher is involved and can provide an opportunity for students to go beyond their grade level or to stay right in the focus skill based on how students are performing with the content.
But all the work that the students are doing is actually done on a digital platform.
It is.
It is. And the professional development, is that just geared towards helping teachers successfully facilitate all the digital platform supports that we're offering?
For Freckle?
For all of them?
No.
So within the professional development, we have a very distinct focus on the formative assessment aspect of it and the data-driven response, right? So how do I know how my students are doing in the moment before, the summative assessment, to assure that every time I am assigning something in the digital platform to the students meaningful to each student individually. And so really kind of taking that data to inform what I'm going to do tomorrow and not wait. That's been one of the largest focuses on all of the professional learning.
Ms. Greenberg, can you just bring the mic a little bit closer?
I just want to add a couple of other things to what the ladies have shared. We also are focusing on responsive instruction with our principals and teachers and department chairs. So we're working with them to understand how can you pull small groups so it doesn't take the teacher completely out of it. What would that look like? How do we provide small groups that's responsive to the needs and the data? So the teacher is still involved. They're not just putting children in front of computers. They have to look at the data and determine what is the best approach for each individual child.
Correct. So my last question with that is just is the professional development helping the teacher teach the full class at one time and keep them engaged without having to put them in front of the computer? Is there an aspect of it saying, hey, look at me, this is what we're doing up here, and now write it down on the piece of paper and do it that way? Or is everything geared towards the data driven from the computer?
So
I think
if I could.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. If I could start there, I think, Ms. Dominowski, you're speaking to pedagogy. So these are our experts in content here that can speak all day about what teachers are learning in terms of content. One of the things that we found out 3 years was that the only group of teachers that consistently received training on pedagogies, those strategies on how do you maintain momentum, how do you maintain clarity of expectations, how do you make sure that you write an objective in such a way that students are able to demonstrate mastery and it's not just an activity or a surface level objective, were our consulting teachers. And so we've invested for the last 2 years. Part of the training that all of the teachers receive in the summer and throughout the year is on the skillful teacher. All of our leaders have received that, executive staff have received that, as well as our teachers in building. And they are learning specifically those skills around momentum, around clarity of instruction, classroom management, all of those pieces of how to teach students. How to engage in high quality teaching and learning is a part of the work that we're doing in all schools. And so that part is led by our workforce development team, and we bring in, layered on top of that, the content piece on. Now first, how do you know about good teaching? That's the pedagogy piece. And then the content, how do you know about Math 6? What does that look like? What are the specific skills that you need to learn in this particular unit of study? And it's also important for us to share and reiterate that even when we use digital tools, that helps us to increase our efficiency for teachers to quickly diagnose where students are having difficulty, for them to provide extra help, and things of that nature. The teacher can never be replaced as the primary unit of instruction. And so I think that's very important for our community members to understand. And I would invite you to speak to professional development specifically around content, but pedagogy, we are using the work of John Saphir. Research for Better Teaching, The Skillful Teacher is the text that we're using with all of our teachers across Team BCPS.
Okay. I think my only point to that was, are we reinforcing it with the content as well during those? Are we doing it at the same time, not just separate in the summer? Are we doing it with the content as well?
The push-in series that I was speaking about, that is exactly tied to the Skillful Teacher and then brings the math into it. And here's how the standard lives across the years, building towards that Algebra 1 key point, getting that Math 6, Math 7, Math 8, pedagogy and content knowledge built. That is all non-digital. That is very much just based on pedagogy and content knowledge.
Thank you for that. I know I'm running out of time. I just have one last question. The 60-minute cumulative instructional time, is that included in any time that the student is with just the computer? Is that considered part of the 60 minutes a day instructional time?
It's 60 minutes that they're in the mathematics classroom.
So not necessarily. Okay. Thank you.
And I just want to clarify that the three products that you mentioned, the Freckle and the assessments and Conbingo, those are not our core programs. Those are interventions or support. So as far as a teacher still standing up in front of a classroom of students, that's still taking place. This is just to provide additional support for kids that need either skills repeated or above. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to the mathematics task force. The task force has been convened to address the performance for 8th grade and Algebra 1 specifically, or is it looking at math across the grades?
It's looking at math across the grades. However, this year our focus is laser focused on the middle school level, so the entire middle school level, not just 8th grade.
Okay. And can you speak to a time frame or process? Will there be a point that the task force will make recommendations? Will this be an ongoing process? Can you just speak to that a little bit?
Yes, so the task force has already begun making recommendations. Different buckets of the task force, depending on the timeline from the policy, have more immediate deliverables. So we're already working with course sequencing and bell schedule specifically to bring recommendations forward. While at the same time, the professional learning has begun and will continue to get strengthened in the spring when we bring in MSDE to support. And then we'll continue through the community stakeholder engagement and communications to make sure that as things get solidified, that information is shared publicly. But it is ongoing, and the policy articulates shifts across 3 years. So this is work coming down from MSDE to improve mathematics over the course of 3 years of this work.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Let me check. Ms. Stoleski?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. I think it was slide 7 about the requirement K through 8 of 60 minutes of math per day, 300 minutes per week. How does that work with class periods that are 45 or 50 minutes? Thank you.
That's why we're working with the task force to revisit bell schedules and determine how that can happen and give recommendations to schools.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then is there like a date that you're aiming for with the task force to put those minutes in place?
The policy requires that 60 minutes must be in place for K through 8 by the end of next year, correct? Oh, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much for that presentation. The next item on the agenda is the report on academic achievement, student attrition data, and for that I call on Ms. Joseph, Mr. Mustafer, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Landon. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Let's take out Mr. Reed. Okay. Like -1. Go ahead.
So, good evening, everyone. We have with us Mr. Landon, who serves as our Director of School Performance and works with all of our schools on student data. And we have two members of our two of our executive directors that work on the high school level, Ms. Kyria Joseph, as well as Mr. Mustafa. They are here to present some information on attrition. You will recall a few weeks ago when we were talking about changes that we've seen and concerns that we have around some of our students and some of the efforts to bring students back to school, that we saw a pattern that was different in the last school year than we've seen previously. And so their report will speak to attrition. The state provides some data as a whole, but we're going to dig into what the attrition rates look like in Baltimore County Public Schools, our concerns for specific student group, as well as the work that they are personally leading under the direction of Dr. Raquel Jones to ensure that as many students as possible are successful in Team BCPS. And so with that, I turn it over to the team.
Thank you. All right, as Dr. Rogers stated, today we'll be discussing our attrition rates in BCPS, and we do have information on the slide that pertains to the attrition rate for the state of Maryland overall. Our official attrition rate that is being displayed right now is for the class of 2024. We expect the class of 2025 data from MSDE sometime around the end of January or the end of the beginning of February if the data is consistent with what they did last school year. As you see overall from the class of 2024, there were 10.14% of the students actually did leave school prior to earning a high school diploma, and the breakdown per student group. And in BCPS, our largest student group, when we're looking at our attrition data, is our multilingual learners. And we have been making very good progress in working with our multilingual learners over the years, and it's been a cumulative effort from multiple divisions and departments within BCPS. Our second highest within that group of multilingual learners are our Hispanic students, and they are just a little over 20%. And when we look at a comparison with the state data, we know the largest population of students who leave high school without earning a high school diploma, the largest student group there for the state is our African American students. And in comparison with BCPS, that is a decreasing population for us. And the class of 2024, that student group attrition rate was at 9.21%. So we are seeing some progress with some student groups, and overall we're making gains with all students. And again, we won't stop this work until we can get all student groups at 0%, because we know how important it is for our students to earn a high school diploma. Next slide, please.
The cohort attrition rates that you see on this slide are not final yet. The 2022-2025 cohort numbers in the top row are the students that just graduated last year. The remaining 4 cohorts of students are still in school and not due to graduate yet. For example, the bottom row of the 2026-2029 cohort are freshmen and are due to graduate in the spring of 29. Regardless of the cohort, our multilingual learner group has the highest attrition rate of all student groups, thus our area of concern.
This next slide begins to talk about what are some areas of improvements that we are making and focus areas. First, we'll start with attendance. Our efforts to significantly decrease chronic absenteeism is critical. Chronic absenteeism is strongly correlated with attrition. Students who miss school frequently are more likely to disengage and drop out. So addressing this through interventions will help our students stay on track. Instructional quality. We're focused on the quality of first instruction, which means teaching practices and curriculum alignment, so students succeed early and avoid falling behind. Strong initial instructional reduces the need for remediation and lowers the dropout risk. For our targeted support, our group is our multilingual learners, and we are tailoring evolving interventions for them. We are expanding credit recovery options, which gives students who fall behind a pathway to graduate. So this reduces attrition by providing flexible opportunities to earn missed credits rather than leaving school. And finally, we have a systemic monitoring and early warning. And why this is important is because we are using data-driven monitoring to identify students at risk early. We intervene early, and then we do this before attrition occurs.
And some of the things that we have been working on to ensure that we continue to have as many students as possible to earn their high school diploma, we realize that this work requires us as executive directors to be hands-on around this work. So we spend a lot of times during the summer visiting our EYLP sites. We also visit our EDLP sites. And this, again, this is joint work with our partners in the Division of Curriculum and Instruction, our partners in Student Support Services, and our PPWs play a vital role in this work, because again, this work must be done using a hands-on approach. Also, all of our high schools are engaging in having project graduation meetings. These project graduation meetings can happen weekly, bi-weekly, or even monthly, depending on the data of the particular schools. These are structured meetings where a cross-section of individuals within the schools come together to review data. And every one of our high schools keeps a spreadsheet where on every single senior in a graduating cohort, and they are identifying students who are on track, who are slightly off track, and those students who need significant support due to various reasons, because it's just not about a student earning a diploma based on grades. You have to look at test scores. We also have to look at student service learning hours. We're also looking at attendance. So again, this is a cross collaboration from various adults within the schools as well as various offices within our school system.
And also, we've shifted to increasing our monitoring for ninth grade on track. And so you will see the same structured meetings for those students in ninth grade on track to make sure that they are engaged, they're coming to school, are they earning credits, and just providing all of those different supports. And so it's not just the focus on the seniors. We have shifted to making sure that we are monitoring those ninth graders from day one that they enter our high schools.
The early warning report that you see here updates nightly in power and form. It's based on the ABCs of an early warning system, which include attendance, behavior, and course grades. Besides these three metrics, it also includes if a student is on track for college and career readiness, on track for graduation, GPA, MCAT performance, WIDA scores, a student's current teachers and grades that from one day prior for ELA, math, science, social studies, and world languages, along with historical grades in those 5 areas, along with all the students' demographics. It attempts to assist schools to be proactive rather than reactive. We strive for data-rich and information-rich to intervene early.
And so how are we responding to making sure that we have a focus on our multilingual learners? We're re-examining how we are actually offering them credits, especially for our newcomers coming in. We talk to the students, and so we're honoring their feedback. And what they told us is that we needed to implement more CTE opportunities for workforce development. What they told us is that they wanted more flexible time because they had to accommodate work schedules. We have looked at other LEAs that have success with multilingual learners, and we are looking at models that actually partner with are like CCBC to create a model to support an alternative pathway for students. We are reimagining opportunities in EDLP and EYLP, which is summer and evening school, to make sure we have more offerings. And then one of the other trainings that we're putting in place is the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which is known as SIOP. It's a training so that there are skills, so that they effectively teach grade level while you also have language, and they're done simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from board members? Ms. Dominowski?
Yes, thank you for that and all the work that you're doing. I just had one clarifying question. Are you meaning to use attrition as the same as dropout?
Yes, it's the same.
It's the same thing?
Yes.
Because I don't think that it is. Attrition is could mean like a student is we've lost track of. Maybe they moved to another county or another state. So, and dropout is we haven't lost track of them. They've dropped out of school completely. So I'm just confused as because I mean it's not really this. It's not the same. So how do we know that the students that we've lost track of haven't necessarily just moved to another or transitory and have moved to another county or another state, and or haven't just dropped out altogether? How are we keeping track of that?
So through those project graduation meetings, our people personnel's help with that work, and these are students that we have lost complete track of. They have not moved to another LEA that we are notified of. We have no knowledge of where they are, and this is years of interventions of trying to do that. And this is around the clock. Our work in high school doesn't just stop when the school year ends; it stops throughout the year. And so we work with our people personnel workers. We work with other LEAs to continue that work. So that tracking monitor that we talked about, especially in the early warning, we're starting from day one to make sure that that happens. And that's why the focus on chronic absenteeism is important, because when they're not in school the first day, we're asking why, where are they, and even doing home visits earlier.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
To piggyback on Ms. Dominowski's, if we've lost them, do they still count as a dropout for us with the state? Yes.
Yes.
So whether they've dropped out or they've moved and we've lost track, it's still both categories count as a dropout.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay.
Whereabouts unknown is a dropout code.
Okay. And then my next question is, or comment is, thank you for getting the student voice as far as what they feel they need. Do you have any student voice about what possible root causes are for dropping out? Are there any patterns and trends, or it's just so unique to the kid?
Yeah, in our conversations with students, believe it or not, a lot of it is the students have to work.
Okay.
That we're hearing that more and more from our students. So creating flexible programs for students. So Dr. Rogers has done a wonderful job with the high school executive directors to ensure that we have in-person summer options as well as virtual summer options. That was a game changer for us this past summer. We were able to get more summer graduates. So students just needed a hybrid type of schedule in order to meet the demands. And some of it was childcare, but a lot of students were referring to they have to work, especially many of our multilingual learners who had to send money back to their home country, their families in their home countries.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions or comments, Ms. Delusky?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the work that you do. So is it correct to assume that if a student graduates early, that's not included in this number?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
a good thing.
Right, that's a very good thing. And then in terms of the students that are on the cusp of graduating and they're at risk of not graduating, and of course we want them to graduate, but we also don't want to lower the standards. We want to keep the bar high and support them in meeting whatever the graduation requirements are that they need to meet. So can you speak briefly to how you keep the bar high with the students while supporting them in achieving the graduation requirements? Thank you.
Yes, we are, as you all are aware, we have a second graduation. And so the students who don't meet that high standard, who don't finish by June, they have an opportunity to, again, earn the credits over the summer. And we have those options in person and we have those options virtually so that we're keeping the standards high. They must make sure that they meet graduation requirements, but that's the reason why we have that second graduation. Some of our students, the light bulb comes on a little later, that they want to have the engagement, and they do that work. Some of them have extenuating circumstances, so we are providing every possible opportunity to make sure that we are still keeping the bar high, but we're providing multiple pathways for them to graduate.
Thank you.
Ms. Ngambe?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just had a quick clarifying question about project graduation. So is that something that is specifically looking at seniors, or is it from ninth graders up and just following them throughout their entire high school process?
And that's, so we used to just have where we would say project graduation, but the process that you just said is what we are making sure we focus on from day one with our ninth graders, making sure that we have that intense focus so that they're staying engaged in school from day one.
Thank you. And then also one more question. So when those gaps are identified, I know there's a lot of different things that we can do to support these students, but what is like the immediate course of action? Is that like a conference with parents or?
So when there is a gap, we actually have to drill down to what is the issue. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be that they're failing a course. It could be that they're missing a state assessment that we have to ensure that they take, or they are behind in their student service learning hours. So whatever that gap is, the reason that they are not meeting with success, that's what we identify as the problem. That's when we then outline a plan of solution. And it could be bringing the parent in, but we always start with the student. Again, these are graduating seniors, some who will be going on to college, military, and the world of work. So we always start with the student because we want to treat them like young men and young women. But when that doesn't work, there's many times where we have to bring in the parent or guardian to assist and provide support.
Thank you.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question dovetails to Ms. Ogumbe's. Your early warning system, how are parents engaged with this system?
So this is an internal system for just our educators. So they would not have access to that via Power Inform. You know, there's a certain amount of licenses that only our administrators have. So the administrators would then take that information and have to communicate it to them via all the different methods that they have. But as far as grades go, you know, and attendance, that's something that parents are aware of every week. They get an automatic message from the Focus, which is our school information system, our student information system. And so they can also go in there and see their grades at any time. So parents are always aware of, whenever they choose to be, aware of grades and attendance for students.
Thank you. My question really wasn't access to the system itself, but really if the school has information and we know that there's varying degrees of engagement in different ways that parents engage with their children, and they all have access to all those things that you said. But if you have a system that says we have 3 areas that we're assessing, and if it goes yellow or red in any of those areas, we need to intervene as a system, how is that communicated to the parent so that they can partner with the system in making sure that their children meet the goals and graduate on time?
Sure. During our early warning meetings for the ninth grader, so when they say, hey, this ninth grader, especially after the first quarter, they have kind of moved to that yellow area. Our counselors are reaching out to the families. You do want to start with the student because we want to empower them to make sure that they're monitoring, but they do reach out to families, and they reach out, our principals and assistant principals sometimes reach out in whatever mode works best for their families. Sometimes email is not enough. They have to call. They do in-person meetings. They meet them kind of where they are. And so it is individualized to the need of the family. But having those meetings are the critical steps so we know what is the next action. Sometimes, despite all of the efforts, no one is answering, no one is coming. That's when we send a PPW to knock on your door to say, hey, the school is trying to get in touch with you to tell you that important information. So we're utilizing every possible communication mode. And our principals and assistant principals are saying talking points is another game changer for us in the system to say like, hey, we need you to call us, or this is what's going on. We have an after-school program that's there. And so that's another communication mode that we're using.
Last question. Is there a structured activity oriented to a deadline around these interventions? For instance, is there a practice or a policy where if a student enters the yellow zone or the red zone, that we are contacting or attempting to contact parents or reach out or intervene within 48 hours? Is there, we're talking to the student and giving them a certain amount of time to show improvement? Are there structured activities oriented to deadlines around the interventions, or is it determined at a school principal teacher level?
So the answer is yes. And it just depends on the student. We always try to give the student the opportunity to make the corrections first. But there might be, every student is different. So for some students, the contact with the parent has to be immediate. It's not a 24 hours, it's the same day. And these phone calls are being made by our administrators. Our school counselors are doing a wonderful job. And they're multiple touch points during the student's senior year that if they aren't meeting with success, an email letter is triggered and sent to parents immediately to let them know that their students are not on track to graduate. But the spreadsheet that our schools keep on every individual student in the senior cohort, they are documenting those parent contacts, whether it was a letter, whether it was a phone call, whether it was a home visit. So that is being triggered. So every student situation is going to be very, very different. Because if you're a student that have demonstrated over the course of your high school career that you need extra support, us waiting on providing extra support is just not a good idea. But if you're a student that you have been doing very well, but you just have a stumbling block, we just try to work with the student. And for the most part, those students make the correction. They just may get senioritis, as many of our students call it. But we make sure that we keep in constant communication with parents, because we don't want any parent at the end of a child's senior year finding out their son or daughter will not be graduating. That is an absolute no-no. And we don't call leaving voice messages on a parent's cell phone as contact. We are actually making contact with the parent so that there are no surprises. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I agree that it's an absolute no-no. And Ms. Harvey, if you're asking whether or not we have established process whereby everyone is checking on a regular basis, now because most of our classes are half credit and we didn't have this system before, we do have through Student Support Services, Ms. Castor is in charge, where there are regular credit checks for all of our students regardless of what school you go to. And so that there are certainly these other steps that occur, but at minimum, there are regular times during the year where all counselors are reviewing the credit checks for the students on their caseload, and that will generate an action.
Dr. Savoy, did you have a question?
Well, kind of. I did a paper on the attrition of ninth grade students in an urban high school setting, and I found out after the research that most of the dropout rate came in the ninth grade. So is yours varying from, or do you have, other, like, is it people dropping out in the 10th grade or 11th grade? Or is the ninth still the main grade that kids drop out?
Well, we start to see it, and what we're trying to address is having more interventions in the ninth grade so it doesn't move on to 10th grade, 11th, and then 12th.
I would agree with you. I think getting a good start in ninth grade is so critical, and that's why we've really tried to get students on the right, out to a great start in the beginning when they start their high school career. On track grade 9 is also an ESSA metric, that's part of our star ratings. So it's also beneficial to the school, not just to the kids too, to make sure that all the students are on track. And getting that good start, getting kids belonging in the school really matters. So all those things are, if you get behind in ninth grade and you aren't able to recover those credits and you just continue to play catch up your whole career, that does lead to more students saying,
Frustration, and they're gone. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Pumphrey, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. You talked about getting student feedback, specifically for our immigrant students, which fit into that multilingual learner category mostly. Are you hearing anything about students being afraid to come to school? And if so, as a board, is there anything that we can do at a governance level to make our students feel safe? So, because all children, of course, should feel safe coming to school every day.
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, we have heard that it significantly impacted our schools, and it continues to impact our schools. Our schools have done a great job. Like, each student has that person in the building they can go to, and that's who they communicated those things. And so they have expressed fear coming to school, because we tried to say, what is everything that we could do to get you to school, but it was coming to school. So yes, they have expressed that.
Okay, and I guess this is more of an opinion. Is there anything that you think we can do as a board at a governance level to make students feel safer?
I would believe if possibly talking to our multilingual learners yourselves, so that you can hear their voice directly and hear their stories, because it will impact you. I believe, because that's what we did. We stopped with just the adults in the room, and we went out and spoke with the students directly. And so I think just talking with them directly, those who are engaged, to see what we can do would be helpful, would be my feedback.
Thank you.
Mr. Young.
Dr. Rogers mentioned this briefly, but with the classes being half credit, was that kind of designed to help with the credit recovery process? And I know that change was made last year, I believe. Granted, it's probably early for any data, but how have you seen that or the effectiveness of that change?
So we have actually been looking at the data, and we were comparing first quarter last year's grades versus first quarter this year, and we've had more students passing first quarter this year than we did during the previous school year, which lets us know that the change is showing some positive benefits right now, and we're able to get students who are in 9th and 10th grade who may have failed a 0.5 credit course. We can now get them quickly enrolled in a credit recovery program so that they don't fall behind. So that's really helping us out. So every quarter we're going to monitor the data, and we're going to compare it to last school year and the previous school year when we had 1.0 credit courses. So right now, again, it's early in its infancy stages, but right now the progress that we've made looks very positive, because we've had less students failing for the first quarter of this school year.
Okay, and you also spoke of student service learning hours. Are there still a certain number of hours built into, you're nodding your head, so you know where we're
75.
Well, no.
And yes, infused. Yes, there are infused hours. I should let you finish the question.
Are there still a certain number built into the curriculum where they will, go through, if they're paying attention in class and doing what they're supposed to, they're going to gather a certain number automatically?
Yes, and that the infused hours actually start in middle school, Mr. Young. So, and we're monitoring that right now. So all the work that we started with the project graduations for our seniors, we're now doing that same work with our 8th graders in middle school, and service learning hours are a part of that work, because if we can get all of our students leaving middle schools to have those 75 service learning hours, then once they get to high school, their grades, their focus can be on their academics as well as their state assessments. So that's one thing that we're trying to take off of the plates of the high school and students in high school.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and your wealth of information. The next item on the agenda is information which includes the meeting minutes of the October 2025 Southeast Area Education Advisory Council. And the next item on the agenda is any board member comments or agenda setting. So, Ms. Domanowski?
Yes, this might already be on a future agenda item, but if we could get an update about our community schools now and our plans to expand community schools in the future.
Okay, thank you. I saw somebody, Ms. Pumphrey?
So the last time we did this, I had something on my mind and I couldn't think of it, and I thought of it tonight. And the reason I thought of it tonight is because
right,
our speakers for the turf fields. So it just brought more questions to my mind. So if we could have some type of report and discussion about fiscally the turf fields compared to grass fields, as far as if we were to put a moratorium on the turf fields, as recommended by the health advocate that came and spoke at their last board meeting or the board meeting before, maintenance and as well as maintenance, the fiscal landscape of that. And if there's anything we can do if we were to keep our grass fields to improve the maintenance, because I know part of the issue, my understanding is part of the issue is the use of the rec councils as well, and they're used so often that it's difficult to maintain the grass fields. So in general, I just think there's so many issues integrated there that maybe we need to have a report about each side of it and to discuss how to move forward in the future.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McMillian?
I just want to add to Ms. Pumphrey, the Southeast Area Advisory Council has been talking about turf fields for quite a while. And they've attempted to get some answers, and their answers have been slow to come. I've got 2 agenda items.
Okay.
And 3 times in the last 6 days, I've had extensive conversation with people about payroll issues. And I'd like to see an update on Oracle and where we are with that. The comment was made a couple weeks ago that, one person is too many. It sounds to me like there's more people out there that are having issues with their pay. And when you can't read your pay stub, to me, something's wrong with that. We've got to simplify that somehow. Second thing that I would like to see, and I think it would benefit us, and it would benefit me, and it would benefit the public, is to look at the purchasing process, is to look at how a solicitation is written, the need for solicitation, how it's written, how it's put out there, how they're received back, the process. And along with that is the rubric that's used to determine these. Do we always use the lowest bidder? Or does the rubric, is it flexible depending upon what the contract is? And what do we look at when we make those decisions? Because they're obviously multi-million dollar decisions being made over these different contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Again, you can always email any agenda items.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing, and I didn't get it out. I apologize. Also, Dr. Rogers mentioned advocating for Nottingham for exceptions to losing designations, and I just wonder if there's a legislative item that LGR may need to advocate for in order to, not just for Nottingham now, but in the future, if this were to come up again, so that schools transitioning in that manner won't lose their designations. I know federally there's probably nothing we can do, but if we can advocate at the state level, if there's something we could do through LGR, I think it might be worth looking into.
Thank you. And again, you can email any other items you might think of. Okay. And then at this point, the last item on the agenda is announcements. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 6:30. Thank you to everyone who's attended. Thank you to my board members for our work together tonight, and this meeting is now adjourned.